Good afternoon and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We are going to be jumping right into things because we have a PDS tornado warning currently in place in West Virginia here. So this is going to include Washington and Tyler counties. One of those, I believe Washington County is just barely clipping Ohio. And then that is going to be for Tyler County, West Virginia. Let me confirm that really quickly. Let me see. Yeah, I believe that is correct. So we are looking at what was a PDS tornado just a little bit ago and is expected to have lifted, at least for the moment. Possibly a new tornado coming from this in the near future, though. We do have a ton going on around the United States right now. Multiple tornado warnings in place. This is going to include West Virginia, and then we've also had a handful back in Kentucky, and I believe this was a confirmed tornado not terribly long ago as well. Yeah, this was a confirmed tornado not horribly long ago. It is expected that that tornado has lifted for the time being. As you can see, that debris signature has definitely dissipated, and that rotation looks much more broad at this point. So that one's most likely not going to be a significant concern right now. And our PDS tornado warning was just downgraded to a regular tornado warning. All right. We're going to have cameras from one of our storm chasers, Norman Smith, who is out there today, but I got to get everything set up. I'm kind of scrambling to get things set up for today, as I did have a bunch of meetings and I'm just now getting home. Just a minute. Got to pull Norman's feed. It looks like he's been struggling with connection during his chase, as far as I can tell here. We're going to put him in the bottom left-hand corner. Again, his feed is down at this current moment, but and again, we do have multiple tornado warnings in West Virginia right now. One of them just south of Morgantown, and this is a newer tornado warning that has only showed up over the last 15 minutes, I believe. And this one's going to be in place just south of Morgantown for Doddridge and Tyler counties. We also have Monongalia County included in this in these tornado warnings here. We do have the downstream one for the storm out near Middleburn, and that rotation is still very, very strong. You can see NROT values very high there, very tight couplet. Again, we're in a slight radar hole here. We're at around, the lowest picture we can get it is around 6,500 feet. So not nearly as bad as it could be. I need to get a couple things done really quickly. All right. That's one more thing done. I see some familiar faces in the chat. Good to see you guys today. I hope everyone is staying safe. As again, we do have a handful of tornado warnings in place, including 25 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So there is a lot going on. You don't think it ever touched down? I assume you're talking about what was the PDS tornado warning here. I'm going to pull some frames back so we can get a little bit of a better look. And our Kentucky tornado warning was just lifted. So our only tornado warnings on the map are just in West Virginia here. And we did get that upgrade to a PDS tornado warning. And this was... It was radar indicated. So a very, very tight couplet. Not really much of a CC drop, though. Yeah, I'm kind of in the camp of not 100% confident that this did touch down. It probably did. Either way, this is still a very strong rotating couplet capable of producing a tornado out here in West Virginia right now. And then we have another couplet capable of producing a tornado. That one looks to have broadened out significantly over the last few scans. So that tornado warning will probably be lifted. It has only 3 minutes remaining. I assume they're just going to see it out. Kaysen, good to see you. All right. So I'm a little settled in now. In the bottom left-hand corner, you are going to see Norman Smith's feed. He is out here. I believe he is in West Virginia on this storm right now. And I'm going to see if I can get confirmation on that in a minute. He is... Where is he at? And we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia here. So I'm going to assume that is probably on one of these two severe thunderstorm warnings for areas like Pine Grove. It should show up here in just a second on the radar. Did I see the tornado in Sistersville? Honestly, I haven't seen anything yet. I literally just got home and rushed to get things set up. So we're down to just one tornado warning active on the map right this second. And again, we are expecting this line to roll through and then a second wave of storms and possibly some discrete supercells anywhere in this circle, really, as we go a little later into the afternoon here. So this first wave of storms, I'm a little surprised has been as tornadic as it has. But we're going to get that second wave. Yeah, still rotation present here. And there's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our current tornado warned cell. Tagged for half-dollar size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also tornado possible tagged. And that is, I believe, right in the area that Norman is at right now. I'm not sure if he has his dot on. I don't know exactly where he is, but he was an hour ago. He was near Russellville, but I don't know exactly what state he was in. Maybe Russellville, Ohio. I feel like that makes the most sense. No. Oh yeah, okay, that's where he was. So he was in southwestern Ohio. Okay, I see. So he is in this region, or that's where he was anyway. Turn on spotter dot, see if we can find him down here. I don't know exactly where he is, but that was as of about an hour ago. He was in this general vicinity. Sounds good. We did actually just get a new tornado warning put in place in Kentucky. I don't know why I didn't get a notification on the overlay for that. So we have a new tornado warning in Kentucky for the same storm that produced a tornado. There it is.
A new tornado warning.
There's that tornado warning. So a new tornado warning in Kentucky. That's going to be for Bullitt and Nelson counties here. And we are looking at kind of central Kentucky, really. These embedded tornadoes within this line of storms are going to continue to be a possibility for this entire enormous squall line, by the way. And there really is a lot going on all the way from the Missouri Boot Heel and up through Appalachia. Even into New Jersey and like the Baltimore area even. See out here right near Philly, and these storms headed into New Jersey. Some of these could be producing strong damaging winds. We also have in central Virginia a lot of stronger storms going on right now. Obviously in West Virginia, we have a tornado warning here near Smithfield. And this one produced or likely produced a tornado. It was PDS tornado warned. It looks like we have another area of rotation really, really ramping up near St. Mary's here. So we might see a new tornado warning for that in just a minute or two. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised we're not already seeing a tornado warning on this. This looks insane. So possibly another tornado warning coming here in West Virginia, or just crossing out of Ohio and into West Virginia. But currently just 2 tornado warnings on the map, one in West Virginia, one in Kentucky. In West Virginia, we're looking at Doddridge and Tyler counties. And in Kentucky, we are looking at Bullitt and Nelson counties. And this one is headed towards Bardstown here in Kentucky. And this storm did produce a tornado not long ago. It doesn't really look that impressive to me, to be honest with you, at the moment. The one in West Virginia looking a little more impressive. And then this other area of rotation near St. Mary's also looking impressive to me. Oops. I mean, that looks really impressive near St. Mary's. Eric Compton, I see you in the chat. Okay. All right, we are going to get Norman in here to do a live hit in just a minute. And again, Norman is out there in southwestern Ohio right now. And was on one of those tornado warnings a little bit ago. And there has been a lot going on over the last hour about. So it appears anyway. Might be on the ground in Newport, you're saying? I'm assuming you're talking about this storm in West Virginia, but although I don't think so. Newport, what state are you referring to? I mean, I'm not seeing anything with the 2 tornado warnings that we have right now. That's a lot of warnings. I was worried when it would continue to ramp up. There are 21 or 12 tornado warnings all at once today. Yeah, I wish I could have been live sooner. I do. Unfortunately, there is just no way. But we're here now, and we're going to be here for the rest of the evening. Newport, Ohio. Wait, what? What's going on in Ohio? I don't know where Newport is.
A new tornado
To get a new tornado warning in West Virginia here. It actually looks like, yeah, we just had our the original tornado warning was just lifted here, it looks like. And we just had a new one put back on the Masontown storm. So a new tornado warning is in place for Morgantown as this storm is recycling, and you can see it hooking out. Just a couple minutes ago, it really fizzled out, and it ramped up like in literally one scan or two scans. It tightened back up like crazy after that tornado warning was lifted. It does already look a little bit weaker again on the next radar scan. But this storm is trying to re-intensify near Reedsville. It's headed right towards Kingswood. So it's going to include Monongalia and Preston counties. Tornado on the ground in Newport, Pennsylvania. I find that hard to believe. You don't know what state. Okay. And there was at least one tornado in Kentucky I'm seeing. And possibly one that was in New York City earlier. I'm still watching this area of rotation here near St. Mary's, by the way. There were a bunch of tornado warnings in Jersey, Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. And apparently there was a confirmed tornado in New York City earlier. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And we have a confirmed tornado on the ground now near St. Mary's, going east at 35 miles per hour. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Oh, yeah. We most certainly have a tornado on the ground now. And we did actually for the last. Okay, I see what you were talking about now. You're just sending me on a goose chase looking for Newport. But yeah, the St. Mary's one definitely on the ground now. I think the scan that I was looking at was this one right here. So literally one scan before it was on the ground. That's when I was looking at it. And now it is most certainly a tornado on the ground. And that looks like a pretty large debris signature here. And keep in mind, this debris signature is showing up at 7,000 feet. So this is probably a relatively strong tornado. It could potentially be upgraded to a PDS tornado if that debris ball continues to grow. But we do have a tornado on the ground right now near St. Mary's. So this is going to include Washington, Doddridge, Pleasant, Ritchie, and Tyler counties across Ohio and West Virginia here. So we have a confirmed tornado here. We have a second tornado warning now in place in Kentucky as well. This one is going to be over here near McDaniels and Short Creek. That rotation doesn't look incredibly impressive. I don't know about that one. That one doesn't look incredibly impressive, but still a tornado warning here in Kentucky. That one's going to include Breckenridge, Grayson, and Hardin counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What you said it is the password, Blake. Okay.
A new
And there's
tornado
those
warning
new
has been
tornado
issued.
warnings have just showed up on the map there for Kentucky and West Virginia. Both of them have just come through our notification system. But yeah, we definitely have a confirmed tornado on the ground here, without a doubt, with a somewhat sizable tornado debris signature here. And this is now just to the southeast of St. Mary's, right over the highway, to the northwest of Ellenboro. And then multiple other tornado warnings in place as well. Okay, I do have Norman. We're going to get a very quick live hit here from Norman in just a second. There he is. All right, Norman, how are you?
Oh, dude, I'm frustrated. This has been a really aggravating.
What's going on?
So here's an update with what's going on right now. Currently, I am just a mile west of Portsmouth. Currently on that tornado possible. I've been following it ever since Cincinnati, and we're going to be on the Kentucky side to get a view of it for you guys. At least hopefully. We tried to get a view of it south of what I forget what town it was, Cherry something. I forget what town that was. I tried to get a view there, but it became
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I've just been sitting here following it, trying to stay at pace with it. That's what's been going.
Got it. So you're out near Portsmouth, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, there's another one just to your southwest near like Vanceburg that looks interesting.
That's the new circulation that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I got a crossover on the bridge over here. There's like no river crossings within like 40 minutes between Marysville and Portsmouth, so I had to go all the way to Portsmouth to cross over.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy case, especially when you have these high precipitation modes that kind of slow down traffic and cause people. Yeah, I was almost going to see there was a confirmed tornado east of Cincinnati, and I was maybe about 2 miles to the north of it inside the core, and I couldn't see it because of traffic.
Yeah.
So it's been a really frustrating change, to say the least.
Well, fair enough. We do have like 5 tornado warnings on the 5 tornado warnings on the map, excuse me, and 1 confirmed tornado on the ground right now, out in West Virginia. So I am going to jump back into the radar in just a second here, but I appreciate you tapping in with us, and we're going to talk to you in just a little bit, and we'll stay keep me up to date on where you're at and stuff. We'll keep following along with you in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen here.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Will.
All right, thank you very much. That was Norman Smith, one of our incredible storm chasers here. He is down in southern Ohio right now. He is out here on this storm near Portsmouth with that new rotation near Garrison.
A new tornado warning
We have multiple tornado warnings continuing to pop up out in Kentucky. The confirmed tornado that is now east of St. Mary's looks, one moment while I switch radar units here, looks to still be on the ground. It's not the most incredible looking rotation in the entire world, but you can still see that debris signature here on radars. We've got this guy right about here. And so you can still see it still on the ground, still producing debris and lofting it high enough to be detected by the radar unit at 6,500 feet. So a very, very high altitude, essentially, of debris being lofted, since we are kind of in a radar hole to even get a tornado debris signature. And this rotation does look very impressive. And it also looks like it might even be recycling a little bit. So this is a very, very strong storm out here. It wouldn't have blown my mind to see that be a PDS tornado warning at some point if that debris signature was getting spotted a little higher. Our newest tornado warnings, though, are down in Kentucky. We have a continuation of the Bardstown storm. That's the one of the newest tornado warnings that you just saw or heard while I was chatting there with Norman. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning put in Maryland. But this tornado warning is for the rotation that's kind of near Balltown and is going to continue moving off to the southeast. We have another tornado warning for McDaniels. This one doesn't really look super impressive, but it definitely could wrap up in an instant and put down a tornado. So it's one of those you have to pay close attention to. And it's good to preemptively warn it. We did just get a new tornado warning put in place for Kentucky on the cell that Norman is now headed towards. So if we turn on spotter network here, maybe we'll be able to see where Norman's at. Actually, I don't know if he has his spotter network on at the moment. I know he is out here right near Portsmouth. I'm not seeing him, but that's where he's at, and we can follow along with him in the bottom left-hand corner. I see that NP Sandy has joined us as a Cirrus member. I very much appreciate that. John Sage, Global Weather Center, I see you guys in the chat. Logan as well. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. Not terribly far from St. Mary's. And it looks to me like this cell is going to be cycling just a little bit. But that tornado is still showing a debris signature on radar here. It's not quite as large as it was earlier, but definitely still a debris signature. So indication that we do have a tornado on the ground just north of Pike and headed towards Pennsboro. So definitely a very, very strong storm out here with a lot of strong rotation. It looks like we have yet another area of rotation developing as well. This looks to be notching up pretty nicely, actually, near Folsom and Wallace. So we might see another tornado warning here in the near future. And that would be in that area of rotation headed off towards the east-southeast as well. And then we still have this tornado warning for the storm near Kingswood and Masontown. Yeah, definitely some strong rotation with a lot of different storms out here, and multiple other storms are beginning to rotate pretty early on in this environment. It looks like the environment is shaped up really nicely, even out here in western Kentucky. Possibly the storm out here near Graham starting to ingest a little bit of rotation. And get a better look from a couple different radar units and take a look at that one, as it looks to be a younger supercell potentially here with a low precip hook possibly starting to form just to the west of Graham, southeast of Madisonville. I'm using GR2 Analyst for the Tennessee-Kentucky border of Palmyra and Clarksville. That's over here, isn't it? There's Clarksville. Clarksville, you definitely could see some stronger storms, especially as this line begins to fill out and heads off into this direction, with the risk for an embedded tornado, but mostly a wind risk. That's kind of the majority of the night is going to be that wind risk, especially as this line starts to congeal a little bit more. Right now, we have a lot of semi-discrete supercells embedded within this line. I mean, we're seeing them everywhere here. So a lot of action right now, but a lot of this will form into a more linear segment as the evening goes on or the afternoon goes on. And then in the later overnight hours, not overnight, but like the later afternoon, early evening hours, we'll be looking at a second line that's going to roll through. That's like the worst circle I've probably ever drawn in my life. A second round of storms that could fire off in these types of areas in this white circle here and take advantage of that environment. Is Dayton, Ohio done with storms? Most likely. You're definitely done for right this second. You might get more with that second round. But most likely, I think Dayton's going to be fine. I think they're going to be a little bit east of you towards like central Ohio, where some of those storms start to really ramp up later on today. But I think GR2 is worth buying. It's the cream of the crop for radar analysis as things currently stand. It's the best program that exists for like actual radar analysis, in my opinion. Really, really interesting circulation going on here near Pennsboro. This is a very, very strong storm. Is the Philly area done with severe weather? At the moment, no. Can I like? Here we go. So at the moment, no. Philly is getting hit literally right now with a couple of storms producing gusty winds, and more are going to be coming. How often does the radar refresh? As soon as I get the radar information from the radar unit, pretty much. It's not the fastest in the world, GR2. The polling rate isn't like exceptional, but it is solid. We did have a report of a rotating wall cloud back into Kentucky. I don't know where exactly this was. That was this one near Madisonville. So this is the storm that I said has that low precipitation hook here. And so this storm could end up with a new tornado warning soon. But again, we have a confirmed tornado in West Virginia that was looking like potentially even a stronger tornado. And that one looks to be recycling, still indication of some debris left over in the atmosphere, but it's spreading out a little bit, which leads me to believe that this tornado is likely weakened significantly or dissipated, at least for the moment. But it was a confirmed tornado on the ground. Last time it was confirmed was, let's see, about 6 minutes ago. And some of these tornado warnings have been shrunken down here. Actually, as of just 1 minute ago, they still have this tornado confirmed now. It is unfortunate that we're in a little bit of a radar hole in some of these areas, like the cell near Kingwood, which still does have a pretty tight couplet here. You guys are going to have to just bear with me a little bit as there is a lot going on right now. And it does look like Norman is getting close to having a view on this tornado warned storm here near Vanceburg and Garrison. So this storm out near Garrison has continued to show a pretty solid rotation here at around 5,000 feet. It definitely has weakened just a tiny bit over the last couple of scans, but still rotation in place capable of producing a tornado. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgrade, or a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning entirely, actually, out here in West Virginia. I assume that's going to be for this storm that's currently got the tornado on the ground. Yep, it is. So there's that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a lot going on around the country right now, all the way from Kentucky and Indiana back through West Virginia, Ohio, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania, even New York City. We're likely going to get another downstream tornado warning here, as this area of rotation still very strong, still showing what could be a possible debris signature and beginning to move out of that original warning polygon. And in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you are going to see Norman, who is out here somewhat near this garrison storm that he's trying to get a good view on, which does still have pretty strong rotation. It's not super, super tight rotation, but it is very strong. And this is only at around, let's see, like 5,400 feet. And this cell out here near Litchfield still potentially capable of producing a tornado, especially if it can have any type of notching occur in there. Any little bit of an S that you see in your velocities here on this leading edge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got another tornado warning issued here in Kentucky, by the way, and that is a downstream tornado warning for the garrison cell that Norman is headed towards right now. So a new tornado warning there. That one is going to include Greenup County, headed right towards the town of York. So we are just south of the river here, just within the borders of Kentucky. The storm in Philly. Storm in Philly is not going to have any type of rotation, really. It's just a wind threat. It looks like things might be starting to tick back up here near Pennsboro and West Union on this rotation on the confirmed tornado. So we may have briefly had this thing lift. This is quite the messy radar presentation here, unfortunately. It is somewhat difficult to tell exactly what we're looking at. But we could easily still have a tornado on the ground, and I would expect that we're going to get a new downstream tornado warning for this storm, which will be headed out somewhere in like this direction. Eventually towards the Clarksburg area or just south of it. So we have one confirmed tornado and 5 other tornado warnings on the map right this second. And one of those is a downstream extension here. So a total of 5 cells capable of producing a tornado, one of them actively producing a tornado. Okay, and that confirmed tornado warning was just downgraded. So we no longer have a confirmed tornado. And also at the same time, our tornado warning near Kingwood was lifted entirely. And that rotation has really begun to weaken, so that's probably a good decision there. So down to 4 storms capable of producing a tornado right now, with a total of 5 tornado warning polygons on the map. And this one near Vanceburg and Garrison is still looking pretty strong here. And Storm Chaser Norman Smith in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is headed towards that storm. I think he's like maybe 10 miles away or something like that. Still looking at more tornado warnings. One of them headed towards Springfield. This is a very, very small tornado warning polygon here. It wouldn't shock me to see a tornado spawn in anywhere in this white circle and generally heading off in this direction. So even if you're not technically within the Springfield tornado warning polygon, if you are anywhere in this box, you definitely need to be paying attention to that tornado warning. And this one's out here in Kentucky, like centralish Kentucky. And then near Litchfield, we have another tornado warning in place where this one is just like, if it's able to have a kink form in that rotation at all, it'll wrap up really quickly and be ready to put down a tornado. But I don't think it's producing one right now, and I don't think that one is imminent, per se. This one has some of the cleanest looking rotation right now here near Garrison and just west of York. And again, that's where Norman is at right now. We did have a confirmed tornado earlier today near Hammersville, Ohio. I'm seeing video of. Also, one near Ramsey, New Jersey. Wow. Maybe another one near Wayne, New Jersey. And I am seeing some photos of some tornado damage southeast of Sparta, Kentucky, taken about an hour ago, which was right after that damage had happened. It looks like some pretty crazy stuff that I'm seeing here. And then there was another tornado that was confirmed on radar, I believe, near Corinth or Mason, Kentucky. And that was just over an hour ago as well. So quite a lot has been going on. I will say the rotation near Garrison really looks like it's getting organized here. It would not shock me to see a tornado slap down here within the next couple of minutes. And that's where Norman is at in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So if there is a visual on this tornado, we're going to get it. Still looking at strong rotation out here in West Virginia as well. Do I think these extreme heat warnings in Northeast Texas will be continued tomorrow? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I've been kind of focused on the convective severe weather here over the last like 2 days or so. Yeah, still looking at pretty strong rotation here near Garrison and York. That's probably the most concerning looking cell on the map right now. And again, that's where Norman Smith is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And he is headed right out that direction. Currently on the map, though, 5 tornado warnings, 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 in Kentucky, 1 in West Virginia, 1 in Maryland, and 17 regular severe thunderstorm warnings, and almost 35 flash flood warnings right now. In fact, our overlay is even suggesting that there's more, suggesting that there's 40 on the map. So out in Maryland, near Annapolis, there is this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is in place for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It has only 9 minutes remaining on it, as it was definitely a pretty strong storm that's continuing off to the northeast here in Maryland. Down in Kentucky, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place as well for a giant windbag rolling through areas like Lebanon. It would not blow my mind at all to see this upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with these winds are looking pretty insane. And then there's still that tornado risk with that exact same storm. Although it does perhaps look like that tornado risk is dropping a bit. But anywhere along this leading edge of the storm here, if we get any type of like a kink in the line, basically a kink in those winds, we'll probably see things wrap up really quickly and could see a tornado. But a very significant windbag here for sure. I personally think that this should be a destructive. Looking at this is pretty insane. So areas like Lebanon, Calvary, Jessetown, Riley, maybe Phillipsburg, Bradfordsville as well. Out here in like central western Kentucky, that whole area is about to get absolutely smacked with some crazy winds. And it does look like our West Virginia tornado warnings have been lifted, at least for the time being. There is still rotation there. But we have had that tornado warning lifted for the moment anyway. A lot of these velocities that you're seeing, these crazy blues, that is a lot of radar contamination here, just clear air contamination. But we do most certainly have decent inflow and a well-established RFD with this storm. There is most certainly rotation. It's just, what does that rotation actually look like? How strong is it? It would not shock me at all to see a new tornado warning put on this. Possibly other areas of possible rotation back into southeastern Ohio. And of course, we're watching the storm near Garrison and York very closely, as that one looks definitely pretty strong. And that rotation has looked pretty well organized over the last couple of minutes. And a couple more of our tornado warnings were just lifted, including the Litchfield one. And our tornado warning that is near Springfield it should be lifted. It's like literally a sliver. I don't know why it's even on the map there, to be quite honest with you. But we could get a new tornado warning for this storm. Regardless, this is a significant windbag here. And there goes that tornado warning. So we're down to just one tornado warning, essentially. It's 2 polygons on the map here, but it's for this tornado warned storm that is between Garrison and York. So still strong rotation present here in Kentucky across Greenup and Lewis counties. Plenty of strong storms in general along this entire line. It looks like things are beginning to become much more linear, although we do have another rotating couplet here near North Middleton, and that one easily could see a tornado warning soon, as it looks like it's really started to get organized on like pretty much just the most recent radar scan. And that appears to be one of our only remaining supercells here in this line that is somewhat discrete. So we might get a new tornado warning for this one. If we do, it's near North Middletown, headed towards Mount Sterling. Other than that, I don't particularly expect anything crazy in terms of more tornado warnings right this second, as we're getting much more linear upscale growth along this entire line, which is good news. And again, we're going to have a second line that's going to come through a little later on this afternoon. And that will be bringing in the risk for stronger storms really through this entire area here from central Ohio back into western Pennsylvania, where we could see discrete supercells. maybe even into southwestern New York. Juan, I see you in the chat. I'm doing well. All right. All right, and another one of those tornado warnings has been lifted. So we're just down to one for the cell that's moving into York. But again, it would not shock me at all to see a new tornado warning put in place here for the storm near North Middletown in central Kentucky, as this one really looks like it's trying to wrap up.
A new tornado warning.
It looks like there it is. It looks like we have a new tornado warning that's been put in place for that storm here. Should show up on the map in just a minute. Yeah, most certainly a strong rotating couplet here near North Middletown. It's headed towards Mount Sterling. And there's that new tornado warning that's just been put over top here. In fact, they just issued two tornado warnings on it.
Has been issued.
I'm assuming what just happened is two different National Weather Service offices had to issue two separate warnings for that. So what we're looking at is two warnings for, let's see, Bath, Menifee, Montgomery, Powell, Bourbon, and Clark counties. And then we're still looking at the storm near Greenup. That one is near York, where that rotation does still look very strong. So two different storms capable of producing a tornado on the map right now. We also have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, including one in Kentucky, where we have what appeared to be very, very strong winds with this storm. And honestly, I'm somewhat surprised that we never saw a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with this, and we still may. This just looks pretty ridiculous here. These winds, for reference, are coming in at over 100 miles per hour, or around 100 miles per hour at least. Being sustained at 3,600 feet. So at the surface, you could easily be seeing gusts up to 80 miles per hour, I would think. And so that's why, maybe there might be a lot of friction down at the surface in this region of Kentucky, which could limit that. But in general, I would be issuing like a smaller polygon like this for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You got family near Mount Sterling? Yeah, that's this new tornado warning that has just been issued. And again, this area of rotation is just to the southwest of North Middletown right now. This is the area of rotation. Not seeing anything that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground right now via radar anyway. But this one is continuing to head off kind of right towards Mount Sterling. Possibly another area of rotation trying to develop here near Sprout as well. Looks like this is uptrending over the last couple of scans. So another possible supercell beginning to form here. Something to watch. None of these storms are going to they're not going to be able to live for a super long time here, as this line is really starting to fill in, which is good news, as that's going to limit the amount of supercells and tornadoes that we're able to have. But this one near York is kind of ahead of the line here. You'll notice the line trending in this direction, and this cell is a little bit out ahead of it. It's a semi-discrete supercell here that is interacting with the line and kind of riding in front of it. And that's why it's been able to maintain this really strong rotation for quite some time here. A similar situation was happening with this cell in West Virginia, though it has begun to get much more cluttered here with this massive thunderstorms around it. And as a result, this one still does have strong rotation, but it looks a lot less organized than it did before. And this one formerly produced a tornado warning that was upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. And then it produced a second tornado a little bit after that, which also had a large tornado debris signature. But here near Mount Sterling, this is the one we're going to stay the closest with, as that rotation does look really, really concerning here. Definitely seeing a very, very strong area of rotation at about 4,200 feet in the air near North Middletown. And we did yeah, we did see a couple of those older severe thunderstorm warnings get lifted here. And we do have multiple other areas of possible rotation embedded within this line where spin up tornadoes are definitely going to be possible. Any of those likely would not last for very long if we did get them. The one near Litchfield, maybe. Trying to uptrend again, potentially here. Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. This one near Litchfield. This one could definitely see a new tornado warning soon. Yeah. In fact, I think I would issue a tornado warning on this myself. So we may see another tornado warning near Litchfield. We still have one near North Middletown and Mount Sterling. And then we also still have one just to the south of Portsmouth near York. Multiple areas of strong rotation on the map right now. And again, Norman Smith, one of our storm chasers, is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen near the York cell. I don't know exactly where he is right this moment. I don't know if he turned his... There he is. Okay, he turned his spotter dot on, so we can see him now. So he is really in a good position here. And you can see at the top of his screen, the windshield wipers are still going, but it does look like some clearing just a little bit in the clouds up ahead of him. So he is getting close to getting out ahead of this precipitation where he's going to have a better look at this storm. So if it is going to produce a tornado, he's going to see it. And again, this one near North Middletown still looking pretty concerning here. It does not look quite as concerning as it did on this radar scan here. This was about 10 minutes ago or so. Or 5 minutes ago. That scan was looking really concerning. The latest scan has downtrended just a tiny bit, which is good news. Not seeing anything that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground in terms of a debris signature. The one near Litchfield still looking concerning there, as this storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado, in my opinion. I think this is kind of a matter of time before this one gets a warning here, in my opinion. And still looking at a significant windbag here near Bradfordsville. I know there's a lot going on right now for the National Weather Service office, and it's maybe a little difficult to get like a warning out for something like this, but I think this should be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here near Bradfordsville, as this storm here is very, very, very strong. Areas like Merrimack and Chilton are about to get absolutely slammed with wind. Even Mansville. So a very, very strong storm. And again, there is still a lot of stratiform precipitation out ahead of this line of storms, which is going to make it a little more difficult for any traffic cameras or any storm chasers to have a good view on these storms, which makes them even more dangerous because it's harder to confirm those tornadoes when we have them. How's it in Lovels, West Virginia, and then Odenton, Maryland? I don't know exactly where those towns are. And that might be that new tornado warning. Yeah, okay. So we did just get a new tornado warning on that Litchfield storm. I was talking about that. It's like that one's just a matter of time. It's definitely there now. So we have a tornado warning here. This one's near Annetta, headed towards Wax. Out in West Virginia, though, in Maryland, there are some stronger storms out there for sure. We do have, or we did have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland. That one has been downgraded for the Annapolis area. But back into really just all of Maryland, there's a bunch of storms in the area right now, and a lot of these could be bringing some stronger, gustier winds. In northern West Virginia, we are looking at some stronger storms over there that could easily be bringing those 60 or maybe even 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. And then down in Kentucky now, we did just get the new tornado warning for Edmonson, Grayson, and Hart counties. This one's near Annetta and Wax, where this storm is absolutely capable of producing a tornado here. And then we have two other storms right now warned for potentially producing a tornado. And possibly another area of rotation forming near Sprout that I mentioned a couple minutes ago. That is definitely continuing to maintain itself. And could be a threat. It's not far from Romney, West Virginia? Okay. You're welcome, Debbie. Thank you for stopping in and stay safe. Are those winds part of the RFD or Boeing segments? I'm guessing you're talking about near Lebanon. So this storm is really just a little bit of influence from a rear inflow jet of sorts here, where it's really kicked out some of those winds, and it's formed that artificial kink in the line here, and that is why we've seen that risk for tornadoes in this area of the Boeing segment for the last like 30 minutes or more. It was formerly tornado warned, maybe even up to an hour ago. And it's all because of the rear inflow jet really pushing out some of these targets here, where we're getting this Boeing segment near Bradfordsville. And you can see that on your velocities here. All this mass getting kicked out super far in this direction, and more of that inflow being forced artificially around, which is creating a little bit of spin, and things get wrapped up right up in there. We did get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning down in Arizona. And that is going to be, I'm assuming, the storm near Dudleyville, though I'm not 100% sure. And that is probably going to be a hail threat. It could be a wind threat. Yeah, okay. So it is the one near Dudleyville, and it is actually a wind threat for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds there in Arizona. So that's going to be for Pinal County. And again, we still have this storm definitely capable of producing a tornado now between Annetta and Wax here in central Kentucky. We're looking at two other storms capable of producing a tornado as well. One of them out here near Mount Sterling, just to the northwest of Mount Sterling. That one doesn't look quite as insane right this second as it did a little while ago, but it's definitely still capable of producing a tornado. And I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we have one on the ground, but still one to pay close attention to. What's up, Adrian? Yep. Yep. Yeah. I've been talking about that one a little bit, and I completely agree with you. I was saying a few minutes ago, I think that honestly should be a destructive, especially like 5 minutes ago when it was right near Bradfordsville. I don't know. That should be a destructive, in my opinion. That was looking insane. I will say it has downtrended a decent amount on the last two scans, probably still capable of 70-mile-per-hour winds, though. But I completely agree with you there. Are those Arizona storms too elevated to have a tornado risk? Yeah, for the most part, yes. It's not far from Springville. I guess that's West Virginia. You just bought property up there. Okay. Interesting. Well, congratulations on that. Levels, West Virginia. I mean, I can. Oh, okay. It's right up here, huh? It's like right in this area, I believe. We did get another upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. And I'm going to assume that's this new severe thunderstorm warning they just put on the map. And they upgraded it already for the damaging winds that are now near Chilton. But I could be wrong. It could be a different storm. We're going to see that in just a second here when it populates on my map on just exactly which one got upgraded. Yep. It is the severe thunderstorm warning they literally just put in place for this line. So they just upgraded that one back to 70-mile-per-hour winds for radar indicated. And again, I genuinely think that this should have been a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for a little while here when it was near Bradfordsville. That could have easily been like tornado force winds rolling through that area. So definitely a very dangerous storm, still a dangerous storm, producing damaging winds for sure, though. And our tornado warning that is not terribly far from Portsmouth to the south. That is where Norman Smith is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Still has pretty strong rotation there, just west of Old Town. As Norman is kind of right in the middle of things here. These storms are moving very, very quick. But Norman is not far from this at all. I guess I know it's small for you guys. I'll circle where he's at. There's Norman. And when we switch to our velocities, there's where there's Norman, and there's where your area of rotation is. So he's right next door. Am I going to mention the ones in Canada? There's too much going on right now for me to be able to get up into Canada. Because I can't be switching between radar units this much for today. Michelle, I see you in the chat. And yeah, near North Middletown and Mount Sterling, still looking at that rotation. It doesn't have the most clean radar presentation in the world. Could be recycling here. This one near Wax is definitely looking, I mean, wow. This one in central Kentucky here near Wax genuinely looks like it's ready to put down like possibly a strong tornado. That velocity couplet looks pretty insane. Now, there's no indication that we even have any tornado on the ground right now. But this velocity couplet looks pretty intense and very tight. Reminiscent of ones I've seen in the past that have put down strong tornadoes. And this is right over the town of Wax. Literally over top of it right now. So I'm hoping that it is not putting down a tornado. Yeah, this is really, really one to watch here. Right over the town of Wax here in central Kentucky. So very, very strong rotation here in Kentucky for the storm that is near Wax. This is including Edmonson, Grayson, and Hart counties. We're also looking at the storm near Mount Sterling. That one is literally just to the northwest of Mount Sterling, right up the highway. And that one is including Bath, Menifee, Montgomery, and Powell counties here in Kentucky as well. And then we still have another tornado warning still in place for the time being anyway. This one is just to the east of York, where storm chaser Norman Smith at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is on that cell now. And it looks like that rotation really has moved out of that tornado warning polygon, so we're likely going to see that tornado warning get lifted, and we could see a new tornado warning get placed in that area soon. Then we're also looking at some very, very damaging winds here in Kentucky, especially near Chilton. But really, this entire swath is an area where we could see very, very damaging winds with up to 70-mile-per-hour gusts. And then we did just get another new considerable severe thunderstorm warning put in place here, and it was quite a large one. You're going to see a lot of counties in the top left of your screen. It should show up on the map for me here in just a minute. So waiting on that considerable severe thunderstorm warning to populate right now. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning near Sikeston, Missouri. For up to just 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing crazy out there. Maybe some more storms building near Paducah. And there's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. So it is downstream of our line of storms where we could easily be seeing those very, very strong and damaging winds rolling through central Kentucky. So this is tagged for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. And then I'm still watching here very closely near Mount Sterling, where there is still most certainly rotation. There is a report of a tornado in Mount Sterling. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I see that now. Observed brief tornado. So likely not on the ground right now, but there is report of what could have been a brief tornado. And yeah, we do have over 40 flash flood warnings on the map right now. I'm getting 42 on my map at the moment, including 6 considerable severe flash flood warnings. We just got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. And that's going to be a new large downstream warning. And this could have 2 different areas of rotation here. So this is something we need to pay pretty close attention to. As near Jane Lou and Alum Bridge, we could have 2 different pockets of rotation.
Warning
we did just get a new tornado warning in Kentucky. I'm going to assume that's for the cell near York. It's a new warning downstream for that one, but I could be wrong. It should show up on the map here in just a minute for us. Storm up in Erie? Yes. And then another tornado warning. That one is for the Virginia storm, the West Virginia storm. This storm in Erie is just producing some strong gusty winds and a little bit of lightning. Not a super electrically active storm, but definitely some strong gusty winds. Not really much of a hail threat. We did get upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning down here in Kentucky near Wax, where we do have a significant debris ball that has developed literally over the course of one scan here. And I literally just said a minute ago, I was like, this looks like it could put down a dangerous tornado or perhaps a strong tornado. We have a significant debris ball in place just to the southeast of Wax. So a confirmed tornado here in Kentucky. So a confirmed tornado on the ground with a significant debris ball out here in Kentucky. This is not far from the town of Wax. And it's possible that this debris did just come from the town of Wax. And I'm really hoping that that is not the case. But as of just a couple scans ago, right when it was over the town of Wax, this really looked like it was about to put down potentially a significant tornado. And we instantly see in the span of 3 minutes a significant debris ball on the radar here, lofting debris as high as around 6,000 feet in just about 3 minutes. So a very, very strong storm here. And then we do still have the tornado warning near Mount Sterling, where we did have reports of a brief and weak tornado. And it does appear to be recycling like it wants to try again. Out in West Virginia, we're still looking at another tornado warning. That is the newest of all of them on the map. And it is actually not even the area that I just highlighted on this storm. We really have 3 different areas where we could see a tornado here on these storms in West Virginia. Or really just 2. Really just 2. But 2 different areas here in West Virginia where we could see a tornado. And it wouldn't blow my mind at all to see another tornado warning placed over areas like Jane Lew, Lost Creek, and Hodgesville. So possibly another tornado warning coming to this area here in West Virginia. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado with a very large debris ball for Grayson and Hart counties. And if this debris ball continues and we see that debris lofted even a little bit higher on the next radar scan, this very well might be upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. Okay, the good news is that the debris ball has already lessened a little bit. And we're still only seeing debris. Well, okay, we don't have the latest scans in for the higher tilt angles. That debris ball has definitely decreased just a little bit from the previous scan. So that's good news. PDS tornado warnings are this magenta color, but they have a thicker border around the edge. Like this black border around the polygon is much thicker. But, oh man, that velocity scan actually uptrended here, despite the debris ball getting a little smaller. So I almost wonder if we have a continued tornado on the ground here that just isn't hitting anything, which would be good. Ideally, it won't hit anything at all. But there are a lot of homes scattered around this area in Kentucky, which is obviously the opposite of good. Yeah. So a lot of homes out here just scattered around where that debris ball is at. So definitely a very, very concerning situation out here in Kentucky. It really would not shock me at all to see this upgraded to a PDS tornado warning if that debris signature does uptrend on the next scan here. As that velocity couplet did uptrend, despite the debris ball getting a little bit smaller. Again, we do still have a tornado warning in place in West Virginia as well. And that one is going to include Barber and Taylor counties, and it really wouldn't surprise me at all to see another tornado warning put just south of that near Jane Lew, Hodgesville, Buchanan, Weston, Lost Creek, where there is even more tight rotation near Jane Lew there. So for a little bit of a zoom out on the map, let me just go ahead and disable everything for a minute so you can see the state lines a little bit better. This is that area I'm concerned for, that second area of rotation here in West Virginia. And then we have that confirmed tornado warning down in Kentucky at the bottom left, and then another tornado warning in central Kentucky as well. That one right now in central Kentucky near Mount Sterling did have reports not long ago of a brief tornado. And that rotation has actually really uptrended also on the last 2 scans here. Yeah, this one is definitely uptrended. So we might be looking at multiple tornadoes not long from now. And again, we do have a confirmed tornado with a sizable tornado debris signature here. As of 2 scans ago. I will say it looks like that tornado debris signature has completely fallen apart, despite the fact that the velocities have uptrended. We're going to get a new velocity scan in here in just about 5 seconds. And if it's significantly downtrended, then that will be kind of telling the story of what happened here. Actually, it uptrended again. Okay, so we could easily be looking at a dangerous tornado on the ground here, just to the west of Munfordville. I just think maybe it's not on the ground right this second, or maybe it's just not hitting anything and lofting debris, which would be good if it's not hitting anything. But those velocities have only tightened up. So I'm surprised to see that tornado debris signature has gone pretty much away entirely. You can see it come into play right here near Wax, and then it gets a little smaller and weaker, and then now it is barely even visible. Okay, we've got a tornado emergency put in place now. Or it says tornado emergency. On the map, though, it's showing PDS tornado warning. So at the very least, we have a PDS tornado warning. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And it was radar confirmed. I know my overlay said tornado emergency. Right now on my map, this is showing up as a PDS tornado warning. So this may not be a tornado emergency. But we do have, regardless, a PDS tornado in place here in Kentucky. And this is headed right towards Munfordville. So a very, very significant tornado on the ground with a vicious-looking velocity couplet. This is a very dangerous situation. So if you're out near Munfordville, you need to be in a basement, in a storm shelter. Take yourself to the strongest building that you can find. Put yourself in the middle of it, in a bathroom, away from windows. Get in the bathtub, put a mattress over yourself. Do whatever you need to do. This is not one that you want to play around with, as this is most certainly a life-threatening situation here. This is a very, very dangerous tornado. And again, I know that tornado debris signature does not look quite as potent as it did earlier, but these velocities have only continued to increase. This is a very dangerous tornado. And this could easily be a life-threatening situation if you are impacted by this storm. So you need to make sure you're getting yourself to a basement immediately. Or at least some sort of a storm shelter. So a very, very dangerous tornado. Again, we still have more tornado warnings on the map. One in West Virginia here. And this one is near Flemington or just northwest of Nestorville. And then another area of possible rotation near Jane Lou that has not been tornado warned, but it probably could be. And then another tornado warning in Kentucky. This one is right near Mount Sterling, where things have uptrended a little bit. Although the latest like 2 scans have downtrended again. So this one just keeps going back and forth. There have been reports of a brief tornado on this storm. In fact, there is now a second report of possibly a second brief tornado on this storm. But again, we have a PDS tornado warning in place right now, and this is headed right towards Munfordville. Okay, and I will say, the good news is that rotation has just weakened just a tiny bit here. But we do have a new tornado debris signature beginning to form now. So we still have a tornado on the ground for sure. And this is just west of Munfordville. It's looking like it's going to track just south of town. So again, here's where downtown Munfordville is, or the center of the town anyway. And this tornado looks to be tracking kind of in this direction. But this is a PDS tornado warning here in Kentucky, including Hart County, where we have most certainly a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is that debris signature that we're seeing here. And if you look at our velocities, it's co-located right in the middle of that area of rotation. We look at our ZDR values, you see some of those gray pixels coming back that are near zero. That is a further indication that we have a tornado on the ground. And then when you look at reflectivity, it's associated with a larger area.
A tornado emergency has been issued.
Okay, that also says we had a new tornado emergency polygon issued. We're going to see if that was a tornado emergency or if it was a PDS. Okay, this is a PDS tornado warning, not a tornado emergency. There's some sort of a bug with our overlay that we will have fixed soon. But again, we do, regardless of the language being used, this is a life-threatening situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and it's headed right towards Munfordville, or just to the southwest of town. So again, PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation in a life-threatening situation for anyone who is in the path of this storm. Yeah, it does look like Edgar O'Neill is on this storm. He is a pretty widely followed chaser. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. And this new downstream tornado warning is going to include Barron, Greene, and Metcalfe counties, as well as Hart County, which is included in the original tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we did just get another new tornado warning issued as well. This one is going to be back in Kentucky. And I don't know exactly which storm this will be on. It could be for the storm back near Ashland now, the one that Norman is on. So we can see where he is right now. He's actually kind of just made it to the highway, so he's going to be in a really good spot here to potentially have a view. So if there is going to be a tornado in this part of Kentucky, we're definitely going to see it. Although I will say that is not the tornado warning that was just issued. The one that was just issued is northwest of Bowling Green. Oh yeah. I think I may have been looking at this one earlier. But this has really started to come together here, and we definitely have a tornado, or a storm capable of producing a tornado, and we'll probably get a new downstream tornado warning for this, as we do have a very discrete supercell here in Kentucky in open air. This one has really nothing around it, so it's going to last for some time if it can sustain itself. But again, we do still have a PDS tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Munfordville. And the good news is that debris signature has fallen off again right while it's near town here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we did get another new tornado warning. Maybe this one is towards Ashland. I can't get into Canada, unfortunately, on this radar program at the moment. We will be able to cover Canada in the future. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Okay, and that new tornado warning is actually just a downstream of the discrete supercell out here that is near Dunmore, Huntsville, and Sugar Grove, headed towards maybe the Gasper area.
A new tornado warning.
Then we did just get another tornado warning. This one's actually going to be in Jersey. So again, just to reiterate, we have a particularly dangerous situation for a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Munfordville. And then we have multiple other tornado warnings going on in Kentucky right now. And we did just have a new tornado warning put in place for a supercell right at the coast here. in Jersey. This is the southernmost corner of New Jersey here. I mean, literally the tip of New Jersey. This is going to be for Cape May County, where we do have just a random supercell near Whitesboro or Stone Harbor, Wildwood as well, where this one is definitely capable of producing a tornado. It's got pretty clean inflow, and it's got that morphology to it. You can see that hook echo clear as day on this storm. And again, the storm I'm watching the closest is definitely the one here near Munfordville, as it still looks extremely, extremely threatening, although there is not a tornado debris signature at this time, which is good news. Hopefully it is not on the ground, or at the very least, if it is on the ground, it's not hitting anything and lofting debris. Looks like we are going to get a... Okay, yeah. So we got the newest scan in. And again, this is right near Munfordville. It's just southwest of town right now. And I don't believe that it is hitting anything in lofting debris, but we do have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is possible right this second. It may not be on the ground right now, but it was moments ago, and it easily could be back on the ground at any second. Okay, and I think we did just have a hot fix deployed for the overlay here. So if we do get a new PDS tornado warning, it should correctly read off as a PDS tornado warning and not as a tornado emergency. All right, I'm going to check in on the storm in West Virginia.
A new tornado
We did just get another new tornado warning in Kentucky. But I wanted to check in on the one out here in West Virginia just for a moment. It looks like near Nestorville, rotation still present, but it's not very strong. Near Hodgesville, though, this one is still somewhat strong. So definitely multiple areas where a tornado is possible here in West Virginia. And this one near Hodgesville intrigues me for sure as being one that could potentially produce a tornado. Out in New Jersey, Cape May County, we're looking at the southernmost edge of New Jersey here, right near Whitesboro. This one capable of producing a tornado. And again, I know this looks like a debris ball, but it's not. This is not where the tornado would be if we had one. If we had one, it would be kind of right over here near Whitesboro, or just north of Wildwood, or southwest of Stone Harbor. And hopefully this will move off over the water. Will the current storms in Eastern Virginia lower severity of the next line of storms? In Eastern Virginia, not. I don't even know if there. I don't know if there is a second line coming through Eastern Virginia for today, at least. You are going to get more storms tomorrow. But in general, it definitely could provide that effect. Those storms could help use up a lot of that energy in the atmosphere. We did just get another new tornado warning, and this is for the area that we were looking at, the giant windbag, as it was near Chilton earlier. But now a new pocket of rotation has developed within this near Gilpin, Eubank, and Yosemite. So we definitely have a new area of rotation capable of producing a tornado on that Boeing segment here. And this is right in the middle of central Kentucky. I'm not like unbelievably convinced about it, but definitely a valid warning here, at least erring on the side of caution. Because at around 6,300 feet, we are definitely looking at rotation on the leading edge of this storm here. So easily could see a tornado with this. No, I didn't, but I'm gonna. All right, the storm near Munfordville still doesn't really look like it's on the ground, though it could be lofting just a tiny bit of debris. So it might be on the ground here and just not hitting anything except maybe some trees and some leaves and things like that, which would be the ideal scenario if we do have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Obviously, we never want it to be hitting anything, and the hope is that it would not be hitting anything. I will say, if there is a visual on it, it's probably going to be coming from Edgar O'Neill right now, who's sitting right under it. Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay, it looks like there was at some point a tornado with this storm from the point of view of Edgar O'Neill. It doesn't look like there is one right now, but a rapidly rotating wall cloud close to the surface with a lot of scud and pretty clean inflow. Definitely in place with this one. And we still could be looking at a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now. I don't know when those screenshots were taken exactly. It looks like you sent those like 4 minutes ago. So yeah, we could have that tornado back on the ground at this point. And it looks like maybe we do with just the smallest possible tornado debris signature showing up here just to the south of Munfordville. So our original PDS tornado warning is likely to get lifted here in just a second. It has 2 minutes remaining as we are almost fully within the new polygon here. And it does look like one of our other tornado warnings was just lifted. That is going to be the one that was out near Mount Sterling. So that tornado warning has been lifted for the time being. I am still watching the storm down here near Lewisburg, as that one could be tornadic. It's definitely a discrete supercell. And it's got a very, very impressive low precipitation hook here. Definitely producing a little bit of hail as well to the west of Sugar Grove. This is a very photogenic supercell on radar here. Probably one of the most photogenic you may ever really see on radar. Adrian, are you seeing this one? This is northeast of the Hopkinsville radar. And this one also has crazy tall echo tops here. So a very, very strong supercell. This one also could definitely produce a tornado at any moment, really. And if we did have one, it would be really kind of like on the edge of the tornado warning polygon here. Near Lewisburg and headed down towards like Gasper. And separate from all of this, by the way, we still have 47 flash flood warnings on the map right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, and we did just get another new tornado warning. Either way, regardless of any of that, near Munfordville, we still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is either ongoing or possible, and it looks like it is ongoing now, just south of Munfordville, as that tornado debris signature is definitely back. It's not very large, but it's definitely there. That rotation looks extremely robust. I mean, extremely robust here. So a very, very, very strong rotating couplet, a very tight rotating couplet. And we're definitely looking at a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. Our original PDS tornado warning has expired, so we're now just looking at the one PDS tornado warning polygon on the map here. This one's going to include Barron, Greene, Hart, and Metcalfe counties. And at this point here, we are really looking at some sort of a tornado outbreak going on. And that new tornado warning in Kentucky is going to be downstream of the rotation that we have near Eubank. Though I will say that rotation doesn't really look that impressive. It is still there, just a little bit. And it will be tracking down towards Science Hill and Elrod here over the next maybe 20 to 30 minutes. But this is definitely a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. We don't have a significantly large debris ball like we did earlier, but we do have a new debris ball that has popped up to the south of Munfordville with this storm. And here we go. So we just got the latest scan in, and that debris ball is still there. It's not looking insane, but it is still there. And we're going to need to continue to watch this. We're going to get a new update on our velocities here in just a minute. And the storm down here near Sugar Grove still looking very threatening as well with that low precipitation hook. And this one could easily be producing a tornado at any moment here. And if it is, it would be headed down towards Gasper here in Kentucky. Okay, and the good news is that those velocities have calmed down just a little bit on the most recent radar scan, but we definitely still have a tornado in progress, or at least some debris being contacted by the radar unit. So a very strong rotating couplet still in place here. And there aren't really any traffic cameras in Kentucky that we can get a hold of to try and look at this. And I will say our tornado warnings in West Virginia have been lifted. We do still have a tornado warning for New Jersey for Cape May County, where we do have that supercell that looks like it still could produce a tornado near maybe Whitesboro, somewhere in that general area near Stone Harbor. But that one is going to quickly fall apart here over the next 5 to 10 minutes as it is beginning to storm train out and connect with some of these other storms. So not as much of a tornado threat with that one, but we still could see a brief tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we did just get another new tornado warning in Kentucky. So that is going to be near Irvin and Drip Rock as we had a new area of rotation start to form here. This is another instance where we're seeing that rear inflow jet really starting to kick in. And as a result, some of these targets are being wrapped around in that comma head shape on the northern side of these line segments of storms. And so we're getting some of that rotation basically forced into the mix here. So still looking at another tornado warning here in Kentucky. This one for Breathitt, Estill, Jackson, Lee, Owsley, and Wolfe counties here in Kentucky. And then we still have the PDS tornado warning ongoing right now near Munfordville. And that tornado debris signature has definitely dropped off a bit. I still think it might be there just a little bit. I'm just hoping that it's not hitting anything if it is on the ground. And again, if there was going to be someone who had a view on it, it would be Edgar O'Neill, who's basically right under it. And I'm still watching the tornado warning back just to the west of Bowling Green here, as we do have a low precipitation supercell here that is definitely capable of producing a tornado. This is quite the interesting one. Sorry about that. Again, still very strong rotation in place with this storm. Strong rotating couplet. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back into Delaware, by the way. This one is going through Bowers right now in Magnolia, and will eventually be allowed to expire here soon. The tornado warning in New Jersey has just been shrunken down a little bit, so it's still just going to be including Cape May, and it's not got a ton of time remaining on it, just about 8 minutes here. This storm is probably not going to produce a tornado, but it's still not impossible. So not a bad tornado warning to have. Yeah, this Bowling Green cell, like Caleb just said, is having another cell starting to crash on into it here. I don't think it's going to impact it too much just because it's only impacting the furthest area of the FFD away from the actual inflow of this storm. So it probably won't impact it too much. This is still a very dangerous situation here to the southeast of Munfordville, west of Pierce, north of Highsville. So a very dangerous situation here where a large tornado still could be on the ground. We do have a bunch of other tornado warnings still present in Kentucky, though. We have the one near Irvin, which does actually seem to be even improving a little bit here. So the risk for that one to produce a tornado does continue. If we did get one there, it would be very rain wrapped. It's that classic comma head structure on these Boeing segments that form with the influence of the rear inflow jet. And then we do have more rotation that was present near Eubank or Science Hill earlier, where we have a tornado warning and then another downstream tornado warning for that. And it doesn't look insanely impressive here, but there is still rotation right near Eubank. So it wouldn't shock me to see this become tornadic at some point as it moves towards Elrod. But it's not the most impressive looking one by any stretch. Still, the most concerning storm on the map is going to be the one that produced our large and extremely dangerous tornado. It does look like at this point we're likely not looking at a large and extremely dangerous tornado right this second. We still could be, though. So if you're in this tornado warning polygon, make sure that you're in a basement or in some sort of a storm shelter right now. This is for Barron, Greene, Hart, and Metcalfe counties out in Kentucky. But in total right now, we're looking at 7 tornado warnings, or I believe just 6 now. And then like over 25 severe thunderstorm warnings and over 45, I think, flash flood warnings, or around 45 flash flood warnings, something like that. There is a lot going on around the map right now. And at the top of your screen, you are going to see the counter of all of the alerts that we do have, or all of the warnings that are in place. We did just get another new tornado warning out in New Jersey. And I think that might be for this cell here. Yeah. We did just have, I assume that's what this is going to be. As we may have just had a little bit of a hook start to form here. I'm not 100% sure if that's what we're going to be looking at, but We're going to find out in just a second when that tornado warning. Nope, it's actually downstream of the Wildwood storm, or rather for a separate storm that's just kind of right next door. That's interesting. And we could see potentially, or could have seen, a tornado warning up here in central New Jersey, just to the west of Tom's River. So that's one where you maybe could have seen a tornado warning for at least a moment there. But a new tornado warning has been put in place over Cape May Courthouse, Stone Harbor, and Avalon. Now, this one doesn't look. Oh, okay. Excuse me. That I was like, that's like exactly where we were just at. No, that is because that's the original storm that is weakening, and that one's going to be allowed to expire. So, pardon me there. This new one just came from the south. This cell just kind of fired off out of nowhere. So another very robust looking supercell that could be producing a water spout right now, and is about to move onto shore near Cape May and North Cape May. So pardon me on that. But we do have a tornado warning moving onshore in the southernmost corner of New Jersey here. Yeah, this is a definitely a storm capable of producing a tornado. We can see that velocity couplet here on radar. It's right there. And that hook echo does look very profound here on radar. Another one of those very photogenic looking supercells. So this one is moving onshore in the southernmost tip of New Jersey right now, right towards Cape May, North Cape May, maybe towards like Diamond Beach, Irma, or Wildwood. So that's definitely one to watch. Our PDS tornado warning has been lifted, which is great news. So we no longer have a PDS tornado warning in place. But back down in Kentucky, we are still looking at the threat for that original storm to produce a tornado at any point. And this was the former PDS tornado warning. It definitely had downtrended a lot on the most recent scan before this, but it did uptrend even a little bit more now on the most recent scan here. So this one easily could recycle and put down another large and extremely dangerous tornado in a little bit here. But I don't believe that we have a tornado on the ground right now. The cell down here near Bowling Green, I'm going to check in on it as it was undergoing a little bit of a merger near its forward flank downdraft. It doesn't look like it's impacting the inflow. If anything, maybe it enhanced that inflow as it looks like that rotation possibly increasing here a little bit. It's difficult to see because this hook is very, very low precip here. So it's a little difficult to tell exactly what you're looking at, but it's still a capable supercell here that could produce a tornado. Just to the west here of the Jackson, Kentucky radar unit. Still seeing a little bit of broad rotation at the mid levels here. I don't know that this is really worthy of a tornado warning anymore. Near Irvin, Drip Rock, or west of Beattyville or Bettyville. It would not shock me to see that tornado warning get lifted here. And then out in New Jersey, we're still looking at a handful of tornado warnings, or by a handful, I mean two, a pair of tornado warnings. One of them moving onshore right now. It is literally like on the beach right this second, like as we sit here and speak. So if there's a tornado, it would be a water spout that's basically moving over land right this second. And then we're looking at North Cape May, Irma, Wildwood Crest as areas that may be impacted by this. The original tornado warning for a little further north of that has been lifted. That one was up near Avalon. There's no longer a tornado warning there, but we still have a tornado warning for the southernmost corner of Cape May County here in New Jersey. Back into central New Jersey, it's possible that we had a random little spin-up tornado something or another right here near County Lake Estates a little while ago. It's possible, though somewhat unlikely. But now this storm is, there's a lot of uncertainty around it because it's right over the radar unit, so we can't really get a good view on it. I guess I could try the terminal radar and see if that gives me anything here. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything for me. Try this terminal radar. That doesn't do much for me either. That's fine. But still a stronger storm rolling through Lakehurst and Toms River, producing up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing insane out there. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky, same place in where we have that one tornado warning near Science Hill and Eubank. That storm is capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. And we did just get a new downstream tornado warning for the formerly PDS tornado warning, or formerly PDS tornado warned cell, I should say.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So here's when it was a PDS tornado warning. It is not anymore. As we go forward in time, you're going to see it continuing down here towards areas like Knob Lick, Gradyville, and Edmonton. And it is still definitely capable of producing a tornado. It's most certainly recycling here. You're going to notice that rotation has started to pull itself back around, and it's moving back out towards establishing a more traditional hook echo here over the next few minutes. And if it's able to do that, then we could easily be looking at another tornado at any point. Check the tornado possible storm in Arizona. I don't know which one is tornado possible down here. This is tornado possible tagged? Why? I don't know why this is tornado possible tagged, to be 100% honest with you. I don't really think it needs to be, but there is a tornado possible tag here for Miami Globe, top of the world, and Cutter in Arizona. All right, the supercell that is very discreet still out just west of Bowling Green, still trying to get its act together. Hasn't really been able to successfully do so, but has been capable of producing a tornado. Tornado warning still in place for another 10 minutes or so on that one. All right. The originally PDS tornado warning has now been shrunken down shrunken down to just a little bit of a Dorito chip here, basically, as that area of rotation is moving out of that original warning and into the new downstream warning. You're going to notice that the storm is again starting to hook back out. It is trying to recycle itself so it can put down another tornado. So here's where that hook is trying to reform here. This is a very classic process that you see with a lot of supercells in decent environments like this. So this easily could become a cyclic tornado warning here. And a lot of times, and I'm not saying this to try and invoke any fear, but historically, the second tornado with these sometimes tends to be the strongest one of all the tornadoes that these types of storms put down. Now, I will say I don't know if that's going to apply in this scenario, as I don't know exactly what the environment's looking like that it's moving into.
A new tornado warning has been
We did just
issued.
get another new tornado warning splitting the border of Kentucky and West Virginia. I'm assuming that's going to be the Ashland storm over here, the one that Norman has been on for quite some time in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, as we do have new rotation beginning to form there and a new hook echo forming literally on the river, basically, south of Catlettsburg. I'm going to assume that's where that tornado warning is about to pop up, but we're going to find out in just a second. Still waiting on that new tornado warning to pop up here. Oh, actually, perhaps it was over here. It was splitting Virginia and West Virginia here, as we have a random storm to the west of Winchester that's fired off. Where did this come from? Did that not say Kentucky and West Virginia a minute ago? I guess it was Virginia and West Virginia. I did not read that correctly. This storm just kind of came out of nowhere here over the last like 10, 15 minutes. And it's definitely hooking out. I mean, you can see that. Clear as day. Definitely have rotation in place here. You can see that attempt. So we have a tight rotating couplet here. Definitely capable of producing a tornado. And this is just to the west of Winchester here. It's literally like right about to cross the border into Virginia right now. Yes, Norman is on the storm that is near Ashland or Huntington, and it's headed towards Charleston. But it's still quite a ways away from there. It wouldn't shock me to see a new tornado warning put on this storm, by the way, over the next like 5 minutes if it tightens up at all, because those velocities are pretty. There it is.
A new tornado warning
okay,
has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning on that exact cell as I'm sitting here talking about it. So a new tornado warning in place here, and that's the one that Norman is on right now. We can turn on his spotter network position. You can see him just to the west of this, following it in. So if there is going to be someone who has a view on this storm, it'll be him or these other two storm chasers, Ava Fisher and Danielle Belt, that are out there. So we have a total of 8 tornado warnings active right now across a handful of states, including Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, and New Jersey. All right, the tornado warning just to the west of Bowling Green. That storm still looks like it could become tornadic. It's definitely not quite as nice looking as it was before, which is good. Hopefully, it will continue to downtrend a little bit here, as this is a discrete supercell in open air. So if it was able to really get itself going, it could easily produce a long track tornado potentially if the environment was looking good around it. So this is definitely one that I'm glad to see downtrending, just given that it's so discrete here. We do still have strong rotation on the storm that produced our PDS tornado earlier. This one is still really trying to hook back out here and produce a second tornado. So we're going to continue to watch it very closely in case it does. In Virginia and West Virginia, headed right towards Winchester, there is a tight area of rotation as well. This one easily could be, this one is definitely producing a tornado. We 100% have a tornado that's going to get confirmed for sure any second here. So we definitely have a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Tornado warning has been upgraded.
And there it is. So that tornado warning has been upgraded. It should turn pink on the map in just a second here. So we have a confirmed tornado just west of Winchester with a decently large debris ball. If this trend holds, we could be potentially looking at another PDS tornado warning headed right towards a very populated area of Winchester. This is Winchester, Virginia here. And I'm going to turn off radar for a second just to show this is a very, very populated town here. If it'll load. And that polygon should turn pink any second here, indicating that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground headed towards Winchester. And there it is. There's that confirmed tornado warning. And you can see how densely populated Winchester is. It's a very, very large area. So I'm hoping that this tornado is not going to track directly towards town. It looks like it should track just south of town. Maybe on the south side of town and then towards like Stevens City, somewhere in this area is where it kind of looks like it's tracking towards. versus downtown Winchester, which would be a good thing, but hopefully it doesn't hit anybody, and hopefully it doesn't stay on the ground at all, because we definitely have a pretty significant debris ball associated with this one. In fact, this is really lofting debris upwards of 7,000 feet. It would not blow my mind to see this become a PDS tornado warning if this trend continues on the next radar scan. Yeah, we can go to 3. We're going to try and get some cameras on this storm here that's near Winchester, so we can hopefully show you what's coming your way if you do have a tornado coming your way near Stevens City and Winchester. Again, this is most certainly a confirmed tornado here, which could potentially become a PDS tornado over the next couple of minutes if this trend continues. And this is crossing the border right now into Virginia. In fact, it's pretty much fully into Virginia and out of West Virginia now. We're going to get an update on this velocity scan in just a second here. Should be about 5 seconds from now. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you are going to be seeing some cameras now. You're seeing Norman's feed in the top left. Okay, and the good news is that it doesn't look quite as powerful now as it did a second ago. That debris signature is still there. So here's that debris signature, definitely still in place. But it's not looking quite as strong as it did a second ago. You can see these NROT values looking really excessive a second ago, as this was a particularly concerning moment there. So it is definitely downtrended on the latest scan. Hopefully it's going to remain downtrending and not produce a significant tornado that's headed towards a populated area. That is the hope. So again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to be seeing Norman Smith at the top left. He's out in Kentucky on the tornado-warned storm that is crossing into West Virginia. That is this one over here. So here's where Norman Smith is going to be. Or rather, where he is. There's where his last update was. That was a little while ago. It hasn't been updating him in a little while. But he is headed east, and there's that area of rotation. It's near Lavalette, and that is a tornado warning in place. We have other tornado warnings in place in Kentucky as well. 3 of them to be exact. One of those formerly producing a PDS tornado warning. And that's going to be this one that's headed down towards Edmonton right now. It's right near Knob Lick, and it still does look concerning. It doesn't look like we have a tornado on the ground right now, but it is most certainly recycling and trying to put down another tornado here near Knob Lick. Yep, I saw that. Also going on in Kentucky, there's still a tornado warning near Beattyville. This one doesn't really look like it needs to be there, in my opinion. Likely to see that one just allowed to expire in 33 seconds, and it will not be continued. This one over here has 30 seconds as well near Shopville and Elrod. And they may go ahead and opt to issue a new one there, as there is still faint rotation associated with this storm. Okay, we just had an upgrade to a PDS tornado warning. So this has now been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning near Winchester. And these 2 cameras on the left-hand side of your screen are more or less in the direct path of this PDS tornado warning in Virginia. This is just west of Winchester. This is going to update on my map here in just a second on the right-hand side of your screen. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground.
A new tornado warning.
We did get another new tornado warning in Kentucky. And there's that PDS tornado warning showing up on the map now. But yeah, this is definitely a concerning situation here. Still a large debris signature. And this is headed right to right towards Winchester or just to the south of it. And again, these two cameras on the left-hand side of your screen in the middle and the bottom of that column are literally like right in the path of this tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We had another tornado warning issued out in Kentucky. I'm going to check in on these. Okay, so one of those new tornado warnings is, okay, I see where they both are. So one of them is going to be for the formerly PDS tornado warning that is near Knob Lick right now. And it's just another polygon issued here to make sure that everything, all of the area that this tornado could impact is covered. So this is just really just one large tornado warning is how it should be treated here. This is the tornado warning for one storm. And then we have another new tornado warning for the one that I just talked about near Elrod or Shopville. That one is, I can switch radar units here to give a better picture. That one still has a little bit of rotation. It's not particularly concerning, but it definitely could produce a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just got another tornado warning in Pennsylvania this time. And we're still looking at a possible tornado on the ground just to the west of Winchester. Yeah, no, I do agree, Blake. You'll notice these velocities have steeply fallen off a cliff here. You're going to see these bright reds and greens from a little bit ago, and as we go forward in time, we had that upgrade to a PDS tornado warning, but this thing is really, really calmed down, which is good news. But we did just get a new tornado warning in Pennsylvania, so this is not going to be terribly far from Erie. Yeah, so this one's right out here near Townville and Centerville, where you can see that classic S that I always talk about in the leading edge of your storm. So that is going to be the area where we're looking at any notching that could occur. You can see our NROT values are consistently picking up a lot of blue here. So essentially that just means cyclonic rotation. So definitely could be seeing a little bit.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so another new tornado warning just put in Pennsylvania. So that's going to just include the leading edge and include more of the area that this storm could impact. Anywhere along this line could really see that notching occur where you get a brief spin-up tornado. So it's not a bad idea to put warnings out ahead of it. So that's what we're looking at out here in Pennsylvania. And again, this is not far from Erie. We're in northwest Pennsylvania here that we're looking at. We do still have a tornado warning in Jersey as well. That's going to be for Cape May. And that PDS tornado warning has been downgraded now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just had another tornado warning put in Ohio this time. And yeah, the good news is that this supercell in Jersey has fallen off a cliff here. As it has begun to move on shore. So it likely didn't produce a tornado and likely will not produce a tornado. In Ohio, near Youngstown and Hubbard, looking at a new tornado warning here for a lower precipitation hook that is beginning to form. So if we had a tornado, it would be kind of right in this area here. This is right near Youngstown, which is an extremely populated area here. In northeastern Ohio. So here's where we're at. We do still have 9 tornado warnings in place as of right this second. Out in West Virginia, still looking at this tornado warning. This one is near Huntington in Lavalette. This is right where Norman Smith is. You're going to see that he is in it. He is in that warning, in like literally in that couplet basically. So if we were going to get a tornado there, we would probably have a visual on it from Norman in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know he's having a little bit of connectivity issues. He is coming in and out. Back into Kentucky near Somerset, still looking at Shopville and Elrod as an area where a spin-up tornado is possible. This is somewhat similar to what we're seeing in Pennsylvania right now. Not one that's super concerning. Our former PDS tornado warning in central Kentucky This one is now near Knob Lick and headed towards Edmonton, and it really looks to be recycling and ready to put down another tornado here. I would not be surprised at all to see another tornado form. Yeah, easily could be seeing a new tornado forming here. There is potentially even anticyclonic rotation going on the left-hand side here. So this could be a really rare scenario in theory where you possibly have twins that form that are spinning in different directions. I doubt that would happen, but it is possible. It really honestly does look like you have anticyclonic inflow here for sure, as you do have a second updraft that's attempting to form near Heisville. But in the short term, you could have a spin-up tornado that's anticyclonic here. But if this secondary updraft is able to get going, we could be looking at a double tornado threat here for Heisville and Knob Lick, where you would have two different tornadoes. So again, we have 8 tornado warnings on the map right now. And I really do think that we're about to get another tornado warning, even potentially, to include just east of Glasgow, as this whole area is probably going to be in need of a tornado warning for a second area of rotation. So we could be looking at more or less like twins in this scenario. Something like that. But this storm near Knob Lick definitely looks like it really wants to try and put down another tornado. And it's headed right towards Edmonton. It's fine. All right, and that tornado warning here near Edmonton has just been shrunken down a little bit to exclude Gradyville, which is not at threat for this tornado. Really, this one's headed right towards Edmonton and Beaumont. And again, we could be looking at twins here, potentially. So maybe a brief anticyclonic tornado being possible on the west-hand side of this storm to the southwest of Knob Lick. And then near Edmonton, that's where the main and more powerful tornado would likely be.
Warning has been issued.
We did get another tornado warning just put in place in West Virginia. But then in a few minutes here, we could be looking at a second cyclonic tornado out here south of Heisville, as this secondary updraft is trying to get organized, and as a result is creating this anticyclonic flow on the west side of our main rotation here. And we did get another upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, or a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, out here for Shopville, East Bernstadt, and London here in Kentucky. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. West Virginia, Hampshire County just got a new tornado warning. And that's actually going to be back behind our Winchester storm here, where there definitely is a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this storm. This is not one that I am looking at and thinking, man, that really looks tornadic, but it's also in a bit of a radar hole. So we have to, you have to play it with caution sometimes here. But again, we are looking at 9 tornado warnings on the map right now. Back into Ohio near Youngstown, still looking at a little bit of rotation there, just to the west of Hubbard or Maplewood Park. If we had a tornado, it would be pretty much due north of town of Youngstown here. I don't think that we do have a tornado, but we could get one. So if you're in any of these tornado warnings, you need to be taking them seriously. We've had a lot of tornadoes today, and I don't think we're done yet. Pennsylvania, we do have the pair of tornado warnings for this line of storms that is capable of producing a tornado. It's rolling through areas like Titusville and Pleasantville, also Hydetown. In fact, this area just to the southwest of Titusville looks like it's trying to notch out a little bit and potentially be a tornado producing scenario. We are not now. We've dropped one tornado warning, so we're down to 8. And then the cell near Edmonton is still looking very concerning. And there really is still the risk for an anticyclonic tornado here, as a new updraft tries to establish itself, and it looks like it's kind of failed to do so. A very interesting looking setup here, but still a very discrete supercell for the most part, minus a little bit of a nudger on the backside here. But very strong rotation with this storm, capable of producing a tornado at any second near Edmonton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we did get another tornado warning in Kentucky. I'm not sure what this one's for. Not seeing it just yet on the map. I believe that was Kentucky. I'm going to assume maybe it's for this one down here near Rich Pond, but I'm not entirely sure. Possibly the one near Lewisburg. Yeah, I don't know. Should show up any second here. I will say our tornado warning near Lavalette that Norman Smith is on right now has been lifted, at least for the time being. One of our tornado warnings in Virginia was also lifted, which is good. That was the one near Winchester, as that rotation really fizzled out. Okay, here's where that new tornado warning is. It's right near Sandy Hook. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have a very, very strong rotating couplet here that showed up kind of out of nowhere. There's maybe a little, I don't know how I didn't see this a little bit ago. This is a very, very clear supercell as of the last 10 minutes or so. Yeah, it really just started to wrap up like crazy in the last 5 to 10 minutes. We have a very, very strong rotating couplet here, most certainly capable of producing a tornado at any second. And this one is near Sandy Hook, Maisie, and Cherokee here in Kentucky. So we're looking at 3 different cells capable of producing a tornado in Kentucky right now. One in West Virginia. Our New Jersey tornado warnings have been lifted. And then we have a couple more across the northwestern Pennsylvania region, including just across the border in Ohio near Youngstown. Yeah, definitely capable of producing a tornado here. Right near Maplewood Park and Hubbard, just to the north of Youngstown. Without a doubt. And then out near Erie, still looking at the capability for producing a tornado there as well, near Pleasantville, Titusville, and Hydetown. And again, that newest tornado warning is out here near Sandy Hook and Maisie in Kentucky, where we definitely have very strong rotation here. And this one's going to include Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle counties. Or excuse me, this one is just Elliott County. Including Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle counties is this one down here, where that rotation actually looks like it might be uptrending a little bit. So might be a renewed threat here just to the west of London near Bernstadt. Yeah, this is a handful of these looking definitely pretty concerning here for the capability of producing tornadoes. Norman said he just had a brief tornado cross the road as of 3 minutes ago with wispy suction vortices. He said it's not on camera because he was driving, but there is some damage that he will have. I guess that he has photos of, perhaps. And that was about 10 minutes ago, right before that tornado warning got canceled here near Lavalette. Say what, Adrian? Okay. Yeah, again, still numerous areas of rotation on the map where we could see tornadoes. One of those being near Edmonton. This one produced a strong and extremely dangerous tornado earlier. A strong and large tornado. That was near Edmonton. Or that cell is now near Edmonton, I should say, that rotation now. It produced that tornado earlier back near Munfordville and near Wax, right in this area. And now that cell is near Edmonton, and it has really won over the other cell that was nearby. This one updraft has remained fully dominant here near Edmonton, and it's definitely looking like the lone wolf at the moment. And it could become capable, or it could put down another tornado at really any moment here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did get another tornado warning downstream for the Sandy Hook storm. So that one's now going to include Lawrence County here in Kentucky. And the one for Elliott County should get lifted here in just a minute as that tornado or that area of rotation is just now crossing the border into Lawrence County. So in just like 2, 3, 4 minutes, something like that, the original tornado warning for Elliott County will be lifted. But if you're in Maisie, you're definitely still at risk for a tornado here. Also Cherokee and Blaine. Maybe eventually towards Adams or something like Ulysses. Probably closer to Ulysses. A little later on. T-Grands, I see you in the chat. Central Illinois EAS weather in the chat. Good to see everybody out here tonight. I hope everybody's staying safe. It looks like a lot of our tornado warnings were shrunken down too. It's going to include the Youngstown one. That one got shrunken down a little bit as that rotation is really right near Maplewood Park and Hubbard. And there it is. The tornado warning near Pleasantville, that one was shrunken down as well. Back into West Virginia, this tornado warning was also shrunken down a little bit a couple of minutes ago. This one is west of Del Rey, and it's including Hampshire County in West Virginia. Still one capable of producing a tornado. It's headed right towards Del Rey. And then down in Kentucky, still dealing with multiple cells that look very, very, very strong in terms of the rotating couplets here. This one with a very well-defined hook echo near Maisie, headed towards Blaine. Another one with a well-defined hook echo that is in Kentucky down here towards Edmonton. And this one, again, produced a PDS tornado earlier. And then another tornado warning in place near London. This is just to the east of Somerset. This one doesn't look that concerning, but I will say those winds are still uptrending a little bit I don't know how confident I would be in this producing a tornado, though. But still one to pay attention to. And if you're in any of these polygons, you definitely need to be in a storm shelter, in a basement, interior most room of a sturdy building. Do whatever you can do. Put as many layers between yourself and a possible tornado as you can.
A tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we do have a confirmed tornado now in Youngstown. Yep. So we do have what seems to be a small confirmed tornado in Maplewood Park. And this has been confirmed by weather spotters here. But it does look to me like we have just the tiniest inkling of a tornado debris signature here, right near Maplewood Park. So easily looking at a tornado on the ground here. And again, I'm going to pull off the radar for a second because we are looking at a very populated area. Now, I will say, thankfully, it looks like at the moment, at least, it's like right over mostly trees in the middle of, like, there's a bunch of neighborhoods all around it for the most part, but it's mostly over trees. There are some homes in that area. So I'm hoping that it's just hitting trees and nobody, and not hitting any homes or any people out there right now. But a confirmed tornado on the ground near Maplewood Park. And there you go. That debris signature is a little bit larger now. So you can definitely confirm this via radar and weather spotters. And there are a handful of weather spotters out there right now. We have multiple reports of funnel clouds earlier. So again, this is a confirmed tornado in Ohio near Youngstown. So a tornado on the ground, Maplewood Park, just northeast of Youngstown, that you can confirm via radar. And it's also been confirmed by weather spotters and local media. So this is most certainly a confirmed tornado at this point. And again, confirmed by the National Weather Service. And I do have a couple of quick images that I can show here of a little bit of damage associated from a tornado south of Huntington. And this should be just across the border in West Virginia. This is from Norman Smith in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Here's a couple still images of some of that damage. You can see a lot of debris from trees on the road here for what he said was a pretty brief and weak tornado. So a pretty brief and weak tornado doing a lot of damage to the trees. You can see all sorts of debris in the road. Lots of tree branches and things like that. He described it as a wispy, weak tornado. That was pretty brief. And yeah, we definitely have a confirmed tornado in Youngstown right now. Local media, I am seeing an image of that from local media here. So most certainly looking at a tornado on the ground. Oh my goodness. I'm also seeing some a damage photo coming out of Wax, Kentucky, where we tracked that PDS tornado a little while ago. And the damage does look pretty devastating. I think we were definitely looking at an EF2 or greater tornado there, based on the damage indicators that I'm seeing. I'm going to go ahead and drop that link in the chat. So this first link is going to be a look at that damage from the Wax, Kentucky tornado. And the second image here is going to be a look at the current tornado in Maplewood Park that is on the ground here. This is just northeast of Youngstown. Okay, back into the Edmonton storm for a quick second here. I want to just check on that rotation as it has still looked very strong. Yeah, it's definitely still there. And it looks like it had briefly weakened a bit, but it does look like it has uptrended again on the latest scan. So this one just continues to recycle over and over again, trying to put down another tornado. The original tornado warning on this only has 3 minutes left, so to be determined if we're going to get another one here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning in West Virginia, though. I'm going to guess that's maybe the one that Norman's on right now. Maybe not. It definitely has a hook in there. Yeah, I don't know what this new tornado warning was just yet. And yeah, there is a time lapse of the tornado in Youngstown, Ohio. It doesn't look to be an extremely strong tornado, but definitely a damaging tornado on the ground. And that's the next link I'm going to drop in the chat here because I can't show this stuff on stream. It's on my, I don't have the rights to that footage. Here's that new tornado warning in West Virginia, though. This is for Pendleton County. What? Oh, okay. So we are going to get a live hit from Norman Smith, who is looking at some tornado damage right now in just a second. We did just get another new tornado warning in Kentucky, and I'm assuming that's going to be a continuation of the Edmonton storm. Yeah, it is. Okay, so there's that newest tornado warning. That's going to last for another 45 minutes as the storm continues to track down towards Beaumont and Marrowbone, down here in southern central Kentucky now. And then again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Youngstown. And that one is perhaps just now crossing the border into Pennsylvania towards New Wilmington. So I am going to have a live hit coming in here from Norman Smith in just a second, who is going to talk to us about some of that tornado damage that he just saw. Norman, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. So walk me through what's going on.
So I was on that Huntington that was tornado warned. Dude, I'm gonna turn on the camera once I get. Actually, I can do it. So this is the terrain that I'm working with.
Yeah.
So I was essentially 1 second. I'm driving up to the tornado damage. So I was essentially driving on this road, probably around like, I don't know, it was probably up here a little ways. It's not. Okay, never mind. Anyway, so I'm driving back currently right now to find the tornado damage that I just found. It really weak tornado. I don't know if you were watching my dot at the same time as the couplet, but there was a really small couplet, and I thought, oh, like, well, we're crossing it right here. There it is, right here. So there's where the small couplet crosses.
Oh yeah.
There's
a new tornado warning
on
has
the
been
road.
issued.
There was a couple more tree damage. See, it's all along here. There's a couple of trees. I don't know if you'll see on top there, but tree damage there. There's some siding damage on the side of the house right there, it looks like. There's a bunch of just tree limbs everywhere. Tree stuck, part of a branch stuck in the power line. There's another big branch on the road right here.
Yeah.
That is where that couplet came through. And it just, to me, it looked like Scud at first. I initially thought that it was Scud. I didn't have a single radar update, and that's why I couldn't stream. I thought, oh, that's really fast-moving Scud. And then that couplet update, I'm like, oh, okay. So, yeah, that is the, I'm going to try to find a spot here. Safely, I thought I could off at and show you, but
Yeah.
It smells like just someone just like took a chainsaw and cut a bunch of oak trees.
Yeah.
But there's some of the bigger damage starting to hurt. Well, not really big damage, but
Yeah.
EF0
Some of
probably.
those trees down. I see like some of those larger branches, it looks like.
Yeah, nothing really too strong, but does match up with the velocity couplets. So really, really weird experience. Really weird intercept right there. Of course, wasn't live for that. Of course, why wouldn't I be?
Right.
But just want to give you a live update that that witnessed a really brief tornado come through. I don't know if that thing's going to produce again, but we're going to try to get back up to it. And
Yeah, I was
we'll
looking
see.
at it, and it does still have a little bit of rotation in there as it's headed towards Charleston, and it's starting to hook out again, and that rotation is redeveloping. So if you can catch it,
A new tornado warning
it
has been
could
issued.
be one to pay attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll see.
All right, brother.
We'll see what happens.
Cool. Stay safe out there, and we'll chat with you again soon.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Norman Smith tuning in and giving us a live hit right from Kentucky as he is heading back towards this storm. He's near Lavalette right
A
now.
tornado warning.
We can
has
take a
been
look at
upgraded.
where he is exactly. He's just north of Lavalette on the left-hand side of your screen here, and he's going to get back onto this storm just to his east that has a tornado warning, or that has a little bit of rotation, is not currently tornado warned. We did have a new tornado warning put in place on the Pennsylvania side of the border for the Maplewood and Hubbard storm that is currently producing a tornado and still has a debris ball. So this is still a tornado in progress right now, and it's headed towards areas like Newcastle eventually here. And right now, it's literally on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania here. And then we have another tornado warning that was put in place. This one's down for the Edmonton storm that we've been tracking. And again, this produced a PDS tornado earlier, a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and some of that damage looked really, really vicious. We have another supercell that's near Woodburn right now that is definitely looking pretty concerning. Although that rotation doesn't look super robust, it's got a very, very well-defined RFD, a very well-defined hook echo here on it. So we could easily see this one become tornadic at any point. Especially if it can establish a little bit of better inflow. Same thing with this one near Gasper. You can see this one doesn't look quite as amazing, but it does have a hook in place, and that velocity couplet does actually look a little bit better even than the one near Woodburn.
A new tornado warning.
We did have another tornado warning splitting Virginia and West Virginia, it appears. And we have multiple. We had another downstream tornado warning, by the way, in Kentucky here. This is going to be for the storm near London, as that one is definitely still capable of producing a tornado. In fact, that velocity couplet has tightened up a lot here. So we could definitely be seeing a rain-wrapped tornado to the west of Lake or headed towards Fletcher here in Kentucky. This one is going to include Cumberland, Metcalfe, and Monroe counties. I believe that's this one. No, actually, this is the Cumberland, Metcalfe, and Monroe counties one. Clay, Knox, and Laurel counties is what we're looking at over here in Kentucky. And then we're also still looking at Lawrence County, which is the one near Blaine that still has very strong rotation to its name. That one is not put down a tornado yet, as far as we know. Out in West Virginia, we are looking at another tornado warning that is crossing the border into Virginia here soon. This one is headed back towards Winchester, which just had a tornado earlier. And this is a continuation of the same storm that's been capable of producing a tornado for a little while now. This one is just now heading towards the border here and eventually towards Stevens City and Winchester. Again, the exact same area that just had a tornado a little bit ago. This is a newer tornado warning in West Virginia near Circleville and Riverton. That one has another 24 minutes remaining on it.
A new tornado warning.
And we just did get another tornado warning in West Virginia here, and I'm going to assume that it's maybe this one near Cleveland or Alexander. It also could maybe be the one that Norman is on, as that rotation has started to uptrend a decent amount, actually. So it could be for that one, as we do believe that one produced a tornado a little bit ago that Norman was just showing us the damage from just a minute ago. So we're going to figure out where that tornado warning is and just... Okay, actually, it was none of the above. It's the one near Petersburg here. So a new tornado warning here in West Virginia near Petersburg, as this one has a little bit of upper level rotation. I don't know exactly what's prompting this one, to be honest with you. Yeah, this one's near Grant and for Grant and Hardy counties in West Virginia. Excuse me. And again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, splitting the border right now between Ohio and Pennsylvania. This one was near Maplewood Park and Hubbard, and is now crossing the border into Pennsylvania. In fact, it's fully across the border now in Pennsylvania. Still a tornado on the ground to the northwest of Newcastle. This one didn't look like a particularly strong tornado, but it has been on the ground for quite some time through a very populated area and is definitely dealing damage. And it really doesn't have anything in its path right now that looks like it's going to stop it from doing its thing. So this one could continue to last for a little while longer, but you can see that tornado debris signature clear as day here, co-located with our velocity couplet and co-located with our high DBZ values above 40 DBZs. You can also see
tornado warning
slightly lower ZDR values in there. We did get another tornado warning in New Jersey this time. We've had a couple of tornado warnings out in New Jersey throughout the day today. It could be here near Pomona. No, okay, it's up here right along the coast for Barnegat Lights and literally just riding up the coast towards Seaside Park. So not a huge. Okay, I see what it is. It's for this area of rotation right here that is just east of Waretown. So this one could be producing a tornado right over the islands here, basically. I'll turn off radar for a second, and you can see that this like Outer Banks kind of island region here could easily be seeing a tornado roll through it. And it could be producing a water spout right now. The tornado warning on the side of on the Iowa side of the border for Youngstown has been lifted. So now we just have a tornado warning for the Pennsylvania side of that border, which is going to include Lawrence County, Pennsylvania. Back into Kentucky, southern Kentucky near Edmonton, still looking at a very strong couplet of rotation here that is headed towards Marrowbone. And that one has produced a very large and dangerous tornado earlier. It was about an hour and a half ago. That storm still persisting. Also in Kentucky, looking at near London, another area of tight rotation where we could see a tornado really at any point. That one would most certainly be very rain wrapped, so there would be no visual on it. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to make sure you're taking that one very seriously. Also going on in Kentucky, the hook that is out near Blaine, continuing to look pretty impressive. Not looking like it's producing a tornado at any point so far. That warning is 5 minutes remaining on it, and we will probably get a new one somewhat soon here. And then out in Charleston, the storm near Hamlin, still trying to recycle itself. It looks like it's dealing with contaminated inflow right now. You can see it pulling in these particles from this other storm off to its east. So that's going to limit that one in potentially being tornadic. There's another cell near Barbersville that looks like it's trying to fire off. That one has the potential to try and ingest some rotation here. It doesn't have any right this minute. And then back into Ohio, there's another cell here near Courthouse. All of these types of cells that fire off in this environment here, in the wake of that line of storms from earlier. These are the ones that I was worried about in our forecast last night when we filmed it, where those are the types of cells that I was the most worried about for a tornado risk. I honestly did not expect the type of tornado outbreak that we've gotten today, and really nobody did. The Storm Prediction Center was a low confidence in it and only had a 5%. Did not have a SIG 1 in place for this either. So this is a little bit of an unexpected outbreak here. So I'm really glad that I've been able to at least cover the last 3 hours of it. And we are going to be staying here through the remainder of this event. And it does look like we might be getting a little bit of notching near Del Rey. So this one might be trying to actually spin up that tornado that it's been warned for the last like 30 minutes or so. So again, right now we are looking at one confirmed tornado in Pennsylvania. And this is just near Newcastle, and it is still confirmed on the ground as of a few minutes ago. That debris signature doesn't look quite as potent as it did before. We can see that CC drop was very, very prevalent here for quite some time as we go forward in time here. But the most recent scans not looking nearly as prevalent here with that CC drop. But this is still a confirmed tornado as of literally 1 minute ago. It was confirmed on the ground. Still a strong hook echo with this storm, and it's headed right towards Newcastle. Again, this is not necessarily like the strongest tornado in the world, but it is a tornado that's been long tracked on the ground for quite some time here. So still very dangerous, whether it's a particularly strong one or not. So if you are in the path of this storm, really anywhere along the highway headed down towards Newcastle, you definitely need to be in a storm shelter of some kind. We did get a new downstream tornado warning for the storm near Blaine. I know that hasn't shown up on my overlay yet. It will in just a minute, and we'll get a notification about it. But a new downstream tornado warning for Lawrence County here, as this one is also headed towards the West Virginia border. I guess it's possible that Norman could go for that one instead. But yeah, this rotation out here just west of Ulysses and Gallup. And again, in Lawrence County, Kentucky, still looking very, very strong. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground in Pennsylvania. This one's also for Lawrence County, but this time it's Lawrence County, Pennsylvania. It does look like that tornado here in Pennsylvania has significantly downtrended and might not be on the ground at this point. Still a strong hook echo in place here, but it doesn't look like we have a CC drop anymore. So likely not having a tornado on the ground right this second. It is possible that it's still on the ground. If it is, it's likely just very, very weak. But again, this one is still headed towards Newcastle, still capable of producing a tornado, even though those velocities have significantly weakened here. All right, back into West Virginia, still looking at a handful of tornado warnings out there. One of them is out here near Circleville or Franklin. That one has 15 minutes remaining on it. Unfortunately, the radar coverage here is really, really poor. So it's hard to get a really good look at these storms. But definitely some rotation possible near Franklin. Some more rotation possible near Petersburg as well. But unfortunately, that's really the best look we can get at it. Is just a kind of a shot in the dark, which is why these types of storms kind of have to be warned a little bit aggressively. And it looks like we did have a tornado near Rio Grande, New Jersey a little while ago. Or perhaps that was a water spout. I can't tell if that's over the land or water, but a very classic looking tornado out there. Yeah, we have had quite a few tornadoes today. This is more or less a tornado outbreak. All right, I'm going to check in on the storms down in Kentucky, especially this one down here in south central Kentucky. As again, this one did produce a PDS tornado warning earlier. It's still rotating pretty well near Marrowbone, but unfortunately, it's just in the middle of a radar hole now, and it's hard to get a really good picture on it. That rotation does look like it has started to downtrend a decent amount, though. But again, it's just in the middle of a radar hole right now, like literally the dead center of a radar hole. We need another radar unit in like Albany, Kentucky, or something like that, or maybe Monticello. All right, in Pennsylvania, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place and a new tornado warning downstream for our originally confirmed tornado that was coming out of Maplewood Park in Hubbard near Youngstown, Ohio. It's crossed the border, and I believe that tornado has lifted, at least for the moment. It's still headed towards Newcastle and still capable of producing a tornado. We do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania, and this one could end up with a tornado warning too, as there is I mean, all of these storms are just getting hit with this rear inflow jet that's kicking out all of these Boeing segments. And within them, we're getting all these notches in your winds that are leading to more rotation. But from the Pittsburgh radar, we can still see this storm capable of producing a tornado with a very clear hook echo, but definitely not producing a tornado at this moment. So likely no tornado confirmed right this second. There is still a confirmed tornado warning on the map, but I doubt there's a tornado on the ground right now. Newton Falls, Ohio. There's not really any. This tornadic storm is not going to impact Ohio anymore. It's on the Pennsylvania side of the border. If that's the one you're talking about, I don't know where Newton Falls is though. Okay, it's right. It's right up here. Oh, it's right in front of my face. Okay, so there's Newton Falls, but yeah, this storm is not going to impact Newton Falls. It's moving out towards Newcastle now on the Pennsylvania side of the border. So here's where Newton Falls is, and here's where that storm is. And that storm's just going to continue off in this direction over time. So your family will be good in Newton Falls. There are more storms that could head their way, though, so they need to make sure they keep their head on a swivel. Still watching the rotation near Fletcher, though it doesn't look nearly as good as it did before, which is good news. You're welcome, Chris Kolb. Near Marrowbone, still looking at rotation there. It's not incredibly impressive still. And this is headed towards Marrowbone and Burkesville. Still could see a tornado with this, though. Another area of rotation just to the west of Bowling Green and near Gasper or Memphis Junction. This one could probably be worthy of a tornado warning here soon. Yeah, probably worthy of a tornado warning soon here, if not already. Just to the west of Bowling Green near Memphis Junction. So we could see another tornado warning that looks something like this. As this one is, again, just west of Bowling Green and headed down towards Franklin, Kentucky. So that's going to be one to watch as well. And that confirmed tornado warning was downgraded, of course, for anyone who may have not seen that. This is still impacting Lawrence County, Pennsylvania, though. Headed right towards Newcastle, and it's re-intensifying again. So we could easily see a new tornado forming here within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah. Most certainly re-intensifying here. all sorts of areas of rotation. And again, we still could see a new tornado warning issued for this little kink in this line of storms here that is rolling towards Seigel in Pennsylvania. This is northwest Pennsylvania that we're looking at. Out towards New Jersey, possibly another supercell that could ingest a little bit of rotation as it eventually makes its way into New Jersey here soon. So that's another one to watch for the possibility of a tornado warning in Jersey. But our tornado warning that was in Jersey a few minutes ago, less than like a half hour ago, is now gone. Out in West Virginia, still looking at a couple of tornado warnings in place that have 7 minutes and that they both have 7 minutes remaining on them respectively. And those are likely to just be allowed to expire. These storms are moving closer and closer to the radar unit. So over time, we're going to get a better picture on them here. By the time the Petersburg storm gets like maybe towards Lost City, we may have a little bit of a better look at it. All right, another one of our Kentucky tornado warnings was lifted. So that was going to be the one that was near Lake or Fount. As none of that rotation, that rotation is really falling apart the last few scans here. This storm near Ulysses here in Kentucky still looks pretty concerning, and it's about to cross the border into West Virginia. Oh yeah, 100% is. Mm-hmm. And yeah, this one is headed towards areas like Webb, right on the border here of Kentucky and West Virginia. And I think Norman might be headed down to that one. It looks like he maybe is. He's still a little bit of a ways away from it. So we may end up having a visual on that storm in a little while. Kaysen, welcome back.
A new tornado warning.
We did just get a new tornado warning in West Virginia. I'm not entirely sure what that was for. We're going to find out, I guess. I was thinking it could be downstream for the one that's about to cross the border into West Virginia in a little bit. But I do not know what this warning is going to be for. But we're going to find out in just a second here. If it'll load. There it is. Okay, so this one's going to be for upper tract, where we have possibly another area of rotation that has developed here. Interesting. Okay, so that's more or less like a somewhat of a continuation, really, of this previous tornado warning near Riverton. It almost looks like we have some sort of a hook here, but this is at 10,000 feet, and it's really difficult to gauge exactly what we're looking at. So unfortunately, radar coverage is pretty poor here, so you have to go with pretty aggressive forecasting. But we do have a triage of tornado warnings, and really just two storms capable of producing a tornado that are in eastern West Virginia and are crossing into northern Virginia here soon. I don't know why like Harrisonburg doesn't have a radar unit or something. All right, I'm going to check in on the tornado warning in Pennsylvania near Newcastle. And this is really right over Newcastle now, which again, I'll disable the radar for a second to show you. It's a very, very populated area out here.
A new tornado warning
We
has
did
been
just get
issued.
another tornado warning in Pennsylvania. I'm guessing that it could be an extension downstream of the Newcastle storm. Either that or it's just going to be for, well, I don't know. It could be for this. It's most likely just an extension, though, of our Newcastle storm. But it could be a new area of rotation that they can see from a different radar site, or it really could be like for this deal up here. But most likely, it's just going to be another downstream warning. No, okay, so it is for that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that I was talking about before. So we do have that other area of rotation that has persisted really for like a good half hour or so now. It was back near Titusville quite a while ago. And it's now headed towards Seigel. And again, I mentioned that earlier. This is a cell that we've been watching for some time because that rotation has consistently been there for the last like half hour or so. So definitely one to pay close attention to. If you're out there in Clarion, Forest, or Jefferson counties in Pennsylvania, make sure that you're getting to a basement, especially in the town of Seigel. Out in Newcastle, still looking at some pretty strong rotation, pretty much right over downtown Newcastle. Could be seeing a tornado there really at any point. This storm here near Chapel Hill here in Kentucky, this one is pretty concerning as well. The one to the southwest of Bowling Green, that one still has rotation. I'm honestly somewhat surprised that one hadn't been warned at any point here. The one near Chapel Hill, the rotation doesn't look incredibly impressive, but the hook echo morphology does. And then our stronger rotation near Marrowbone and Burkesville, it is still there. It's still in a bit of a radar hole, so it's hard to get a really good idea of it. But possibly 3 different supercells here to watch for areas of rotation. I guess I can be a little more specific here. That area, and this area over here. All of these in southern Kentucky could be ones to watch. We're still looking at a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. Not as many as we had earlier when we had over 25. Right now, we only have 14. We do have one flash flood emergency, though, for Lewis, Randolph, and Upshur counties in West Virginia, where we do have observed catastrophic flooding as of about a half hour ago. Or, excuse me, as of 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I was going to say that didn't sound right because I don't think that was there a minute ago. Yeah, this was just upgraded to a flash flood emergency like just a second ago here. At the top of your screen, you are going to see all of the counts of the alerts that we have, the 4 tornado warnings. We actually do have more than that right now. We have 6 tornado warnings on the map. Or I lied. Maybe we only have 4 because 2 of them in West Virginia have just been canceled. So we do have 4 tornado warnings on the map, a bunch of flash flood warnings, and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings as well, including the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado warning inside of it here in northwest Pennsylvania that's headed towards Seigel. That one capable of producing those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Still a tornado warning out in Newcastle in Pennsylvania as well. That one is looking more and more concerning by the second for producing another tornado. And then down in Kentucky, just down to 1 tornado warning here. That's near Marrowbone. That one only has 13 minutes remaining. It probably will be allowed to sustain for a while here as that rotation is still there. The couplet's pretty tight. We do have a couple of other cells here that are possibly producing some rotation here. One of them just to the southwest of Bowling Green near Rich Pond, and then the other one over here near Adolphus. Yeah, it does look like the storm near Marrowbone has perhaps tightened up a little bit. over the last couple of scans. So maybe another attempt at tornado genesis for that storm that has produced at least one tornado today, which was a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Possibly some mid-level rotation with this storm here. This could be one to watch in West Virginia, to the southwest of Charleston, for one that could become tornadic as well. You will notice that at the very top left of your screen,
A new tornado
there was a new
warning
tornado
has
warning
been
splitting
issued.
Virginia and West Virginia here. That's for Shenandoah and Hardy counties. Okay, that's the storm that came out of Petersburg earlier. They allowed the original tornado warning to expire and then did go ahead and issue a new one here. So this one's near Lost City and headed towards Woodstock and Tom's Brook eventually here. So 5 tornado warnings on the map right now across Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. The storm out here near Newcastle still continues to look concerning, and it's in a very populated region. I will say it doesn't look quite as great on the last 2 scans as it did 3 scans ago. The storm headed towards Seigel, same type of deal. It is still worth having a tornado warning on, but it doesn't look incredible now. But it does still pose a threat. Brief spin-up tornadoes are definitely possible with this little line as it's headed down towards Seigel. Yeah. There's another one to the northwest of it as well near Rich Pond that I've been watching too. That one has pretty strong rotation. Possibly more rotation near Gasper too. That looks like some mid-level business going on. But it's only around 3,800 feet. Whoops. So that's something to watch too. Okay, it does look like they are going to lift or allow to expire the tornado warning for the former PDS tornado
has
warning
been issued.
Near Marrowbone and Burkesville. That one's probably going to be allowed to expire as there is a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that is tagged tornado possible. Meanwhile, we do still have a couple of other storms out here near the Tennessee-Kentucky border that have a little bit of rotation and could become problematic, especially the one to the southwest of Scottsville. In Ohio, for Carroll County, we did just have a new tornado warning issued for a mini supercell near Delroy. That one is rotating pretty well and has really just showed up here out of nowhere over like the last, 10 minutes? Yeah, just like basically exactly the last 10 minutes, almost on the dot. So a new tornado warning here in Butler. We also got another new one in, a new tornado warning in Carroll County, Ohio. Another new tornado warning for Butler and Lawrence counties as this is a downstream
new tornado
one.
warning has been issued.
This is a downstream tornado warning for the Newcastle storm. So just a continuation of the same tornado warning. It's moving to the southeast of Newcastle now. It's right over South Newcastle, sort of, and it's headed eventually towards Portersville, which is another pretty populated area. This whole area is pretty populated. So a bunch of tornado warnings on the map right now. We're looking at 7 if you count the one that's doubled up here for Newcastle. So really 6 different cells capable of producing a tornado right now. And we could even see more. As I'm still thinking that the cell near Scottsville is looking pretty concerning. The cell near Rich Pond, maybe not quite as much now. Really, it's just this one near Scottsville. That one looks the most concerning to me. It doesn't have the most robust rotation at all, but it does have a very well-defined hook. And it's got a bounded weak echo region as well here. You can see that rainbow of colors indicating that we do have a strong rotating updraft here. Now, it's not the most impressive one in the world. It's kind of low precip in the RFD, but it is still a strong rotating updraft nonetheless that will be capable of producing a tornado, potentially. There we go. Actually, I think my positioning was a little off. You can see that bounded weak echo region actually is a little bit more defined here. So definitely a strong rotating updraft here. And again, this one's out here in near Scottsville in southern Kentucky. Oh, wow. I did get another photo of some snapped trees that you can see from Norman, who is out there in West Virginia. So a couple of snapped trees. You can see some of that raw bark sticking through on the screen. It's a little bit difficult to see, but this is some damage associated with that brief tornado that Norman had up there, and that was out in West Virginia. All right, the tornado warning near Burkesville has been significantly shrunken down, and it's probably going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes here. There is still rotation there. It's not incredibly robust looking, but it is there. Meanwhile, out in eastern Kentucky, a lot of these original storms that were causing problems have begun to significantly weaken. Possibly still a storm to watch near Hayden, although that one does look to be weakening as well. Same thing with this one near Barberville. And also near Greenwood. All sorts of cells here. This one is south of Somerset. And the one near Newcastle still posing a risk here for producing a tornado as it's headed now towards Portersville. It doesn't look like it's producing a tornado right this second, but it did produce one earlier and likely could produce another. The one near Delroy, still something to pay close attention to. That tornado warning has 20 minutes remaining here on the Ohio side of the border near Carrollton. Yep. The former tornado warning from the cell that's now near Webb, it still looks pretty good. That one does not have a tornado warning right now, but it did have a tornado warning for quite some time, all the way from Sandy Hook, all the way down through Maisie, Blaine, Gallup, Ulysses, and now into West Virginia near Webb. And it's going to continue off in that direction. That one's still posing a risk for becoming tornadic again. It doesn't have a tornado warning right this moment, though. The severe thunderstorm warning on it is tagged tornado possible, though. Still watching this other cell near Seigel as well, as that one is taking on a little bit more of that S shape where a spin up tornado is even increasingly likely here as we're heading down towards Seigel. Or Sigel. Seigel? Seigel? I think it's, I'm going with Seigel. And again, still strong rotation north of Elwood City and to the west of Portersville. And the one near Delroy, I will say, looks like it might be ramping up a little bit with the risk for putting down a tornado. And this is a mini supercell out here near Delroy and Carrollton. And this one's for Carroll County in Ohio. So a little bit of a zoom out. We're in eastern Ohio here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we had another tornado warning that was just issued here across Virginia and West Virginia. I'm going to assume, yeah, okay, that is a new downstream warning for the cell that's headed towards Bergton and Folks Run, eventually towards Timberville or maybe New Market. As that rotation has really uptrended a little bit here as we've gotten closer to the radar unit. The rotation near Lost City, not looking quite as concerning. It looks like maybe that rotation is beginning to fade out a little bit. It is still there, though, and it's worthy to keep that tornado warning at least for the last 15 minutes of its life cycle, most likely here. So a total of 6 different cells that are warned with the ability to produce a tornado right now. 7 total tornado warning polygons on the map. From Kentucky to Virginia to West Virginia to Ohio to Pennsylvania. And still another one that I'm watching very closely here near Chapel Hill, as that one looks like it might be starting to ramp up now. Definitely looks like it's trying to get organized here. So that's going to be one to watch. This is south of Scottsville near Chapel Hill and Adolphus. Still strong rotation present near Burkesville. Not super strong. In fact, they actually just lifted that tornado warning or allowed it to expire, I believe. So that tornado warning is done. And again, that's the storm that quite some time ago produced a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Wax in Kentucky. So that was all the way up here. So this storm has come quite a long ways. So a very, very strong and long-lived supercell there that was never able to recycle and put down a second tornado, which is great. Also, I don't know how I didn't see this. There is another area of possible rotation to be watching for near Tompkinsville and Mount Herman. So that's another one to watch. We're just getting these supercells printed off like we're 3D printing them. All right, back into Ohio, and it does look like our tornado warnings, or our original tornado warning for this cell that's now crossing into Virginia has been lifted. So that'll help clean up the map a little bit. We still have the tornado warning here near Portersville, literally just west of town near Portersville here. That doesn't look incredibly concerning, but definitely still capable of producing a tornado. There is some rotation near New Lebanon here in northwestern Pennsylvania. And then also that tornado warning near Seigel. That one doesn't look particularly that threatening anymore. It wouldn't shock me to see that one potentially get lifted. I don't know. it is still kind of there. It's really not that impressive to me. I wouldn't be shocked to see that tornado warning get lifted. It has 12 minutes remaining on it, though. And then we still have a tornado warning near Delroy here in Ohio. And that one looks decently concerning still. That low-level rotation definitely still present. And that is one of those classic mini supercells. We had an outbreak of mini supercells in Wisconsin last night, associated with the same cold front that's driving your severe weather today. A lot of flash flood warnings in place around the United States. In fact, we have 50 flash flood warnings in the US right now. I don't think I've ever seen that many at once before. Yeah, the storm near Carrollton, even on the latest scan, still looking pretty concerning here. Looks like it could produce a tornado at any minute. And we saw these mini supercells do this literally all night last night for a good hour and a half. Eastern Kentucky, it does look like all of these storms are really starting to fizzle out, except maybe this one here near Hayden, as it is still kicking and trying to reorganize itself. It does have one updraft. It's not very strong, but it does have weak rotation in there. So that is one to watch. This one near Barberville doesn't really concern me too much. There is a little bit of maybe a weak rotation in there. And then all of these ones just north of the Tennessee border, some of those do still concern me. The Burkesville one no longer really looks too concerning to me. This one near Mount Herman does look pretty concerning to me. The one near Adolphus, that one did look concerning to me. It doesn't really look quite as threatening now, as it looks like its inflow has really been cut off here. So that's good news for that one. Same thing with the one up here that was near Rich Pond or Woodburn. That one doesn't really look concerning to me either anymore. Still a little bit of weak rotation in there. But maybe a new low precipitation hook near Mitchellville here.
A new tornado warning has been
We did
issued.
just get a new tornado warning in Kentucky, so it's probably for one of these. It could be for this Tompkinsville one that has a low precip hook as well. And we're going to find out in just a second where that tornado warning was. Tanner, I see you in the chat, clocking in from West Virginia. I'm sure you've had a busy day on air. Storm Team 41 as well, I see you out there. Oh, maybe that was Virginia. Why do I keep thinking that the Virginia tornado warnings are Kentucky? All right, so headed towards Tom's Brook. We got a new downstream extension on that tornado warning. Still, this storm doesn't really impress me that much, but I understand being conservative, not conservative, being liberal with it and pushing out as many tornado warnings as you can, given all of the storms that we've had today. Anything that looks like decent rotation, you may as well warn it, because they're in such a big radar hole here in like northeastern West Virginia. So I understand being a little bit liberal with those tornado warnings. Storm Team 41, I feel you. I do feel you. We did about 7 hours and 15 minutes last night. We're up to 3 hours and 30 minutes now. And I also filmed a forecast video at 1 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. last night. It is a grind. All right, the cell near Adolphus possibly getting reorganized again. So it looked like that inflow got occluded, and I think it did, but right now it's most certainly reorganizing itself. The one near Mitchellville, that's one to watch as well, as that rotation looks pretty solid. That could see a tornado warning here in the next 10 minutes or so, maybe even less. Yeah, bounded weak echo region is in place for this one. I wasn't getting the latest radar scan there on my cross section, but I don't. You're gonna have to give me like a geographic region. Okay. Oh, yeah. That one. Okay. I see. From which radar unit? I guess Charleston radar unit. Okay. I see you. Yeah, possibly here. Again, this is you can't confirm a tornado off of this because the criteria to confirm a tornado through the National Weather Service via radar includes DBZ values above 40, which you don't have here. However, we could have potentially a tornado ongoing here to the southeast of Dunlow. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. So we could see a new tornado warning put in place here. That couplet is still kicking. And it's definitely tightened up a decent amount here. But you don't have those larger DBZ values. That's the thing right now that's leaning me towards it not being a tornado. But it would not be a bad idea for that to get tornado warned. I would definitely support a warning on that. That's a good catch, Adrian. Still looking at the warnings out here in Virginia and West Virginia, right along the border. All of this is still really difficult to have a good view on. I feel for the folks who work out in this region. Those National Weather Service offices there, it is tough to issue warnings on that. Oh, wow. So I am seeing some damage from Quebec. This was near Harrington, Quebec. I'm going to drop that link in the chat if anyone wants to check that out from what seems like it was a stronger tornado, at least a medium end tornado earlier today in Quebec. All right, I'm going to check in on the storm up here near Elwood City in Newcastle. I haven't looked at it in a little while. Near Prospect now in Portersville. Still capable of producing a tornado. Still doesn't look like it is producing a tornado, though. So Youngstown, Ohio is clear now. Just checking. Yeah, Youngstown, Ohio is good to go for right now. You could have another storm heading your way potentially. But the storm that produced a tornado earlier is pretty far away from you now. It's all the way down near to the southeast even of Newcastle. Yeah, I'm seeing your message, Tanner, and I've seen the same thing.
A new tornado warning has been
We
issued.
did just get a new downstream tornado warning for the Portersville storm. So that one's now going to include Butler County, or it's just an extension further into Butler County, eventually towards Meridian and I don't even know. Connoquenessing? I don't know. The storm near Carrollton is still ongoing as well. Still has pretty solid rotation. It's a low precip mini supercell there. And again, it really wouldn't surprise me to see this cell get tornado warned again, as it does have decent rotation off to the southwest of Charleston here. I don't know exactly where Beckley is in West Virginia here. Whoa. Seeing more damage out of northern New Jersey, where there are a lot of trees down over the interstate from that alleged tornado out there in New Jersey. I'm going to check in on southern Kentucky here.
A new tornado.
We did just get a new tornado warning in Ohio. I'm guessing that's a replacement tornado warning for the Carol storm, as that one is only got a minute left. So I assume that's just a new tornado warning for that storm. We'll watch that come in here in just a second. And that should be the only one on the map. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what it is. We'll find out. As the original tornado warning has about 45 seconds left. I think the stratiform rain will help to limit the severe risk, but flash flooding is starting to look bad. Yeah, there's been some crazy flash flooding in West Virginia. I know there's that flash flood emergency for Lewis, Randolph, and Upshur counties. And there's that new tornado warning here in Ohio. So this one's still going to be just including Carroll County, as this mini supercell slowly trickles down to the southeast. It's currently just south of Carrollton. So here's that area of rotation. If we had a tornado, it'd be kind of right over the highway south of Carrollton, and it's going to continue to move right off towards the southeast. Out in Virginia, we do still have a pair of tornado warnings. One of them out here headed towards Woodstock and Tom's Brook. It doesn't look particularly concerning. Neither of these look particularly concerning to me, to be honest. They both have 14 minutes remaining on them, so to be determined. Yeah, this is where all that insane flash flooding is going on here in West Virginia. They've gotten so much precipitation. And still getting more, by the way, in some of those areas. All right, I'm checking in on this cell. Again, this one came out of Sandy Hook a while ago. We've been watching it for quite some time. I will say it's still looking pretty solid here. I mean, I'm somewhat surprised we haven't seen a tornado warning on this already in the last like half hour. So the last time it was warned was west of the border in Kentucky. Apparently near Butler, that tornado is likely in progress. Okay, we can check on that. They've been trying to recycle for quite some time. Oh, yeah. Yep, I think we got that tornado is probably back on the ground. It's a little difficult to say, but I think perhaps that tornado is back on the ground.
A tornado warning
there it is.
Has been upgraded.
Yeah, so that is confirmed now, back on the ground. So we have a confirmed tornado, and this is just to the south of Portersville. So a new confirmed tornado on the ground. So yeah, we do have a new confirmed tornado on the ground. This is due east of Butler in Pennsylvania. This is in Butler County, south of Portersville, southwest of Prospect. It's going to be headed towards Meridian here. And we are in central western Pennsylvania. And this tornado warning polygon should update and turn, there it is, turn pink there, as we do have a confirmed tornado now. So again, a confirmed tornado on the ground near Prospect. I don't know. This could be potentially a brief tornado to be determined here. It does have a strong hook echo. The rotation is decently strong. It's not incredibly impressive, but definitely strong enough to be producing a tornado, which it, of course, is. Yeah, I think I would call this a tornado outbreak. We've had multiple PDS tornadoes and like over 50 tornado warnings today. So I think I would call this a tornado outbreak at this point. We've had many confirmed tornadoes as well. All right, I want to check in on this storm. I'm babying this storm right now because I really had thought this one should have been tornado warned. Although I will say it definitely is downtrended a lot on the most recent scan, so perhaps not worthy of a tornado warning now. Maybe good trigger discipline from the storm prediction or the National Weather Service office. I was also watching this little baby supercell here near Hazard. I'm gonna check in on this one, as that one does have a decent couplet now. Actually, hold on a minute here. Yeah, that one definitely has a decent couplet there. I mean, that one could end up with a tornado warning at some point here. And literally rotation is just showing up everywhere. Still just north of Portland here, now on the Tennessee side of the border. We're north of Nashville. Another area where rotation is still looking pretty concerning. Now, the rotating couplet hasn't been looking concerning, but that morphology has been. You can see a very, very clear hook echo in place here. And again, we do have a confirmed tornado for Butler County, Pennsylvania. We do have a tornado warning still in place on the mini supercell south of Carrollton, Ohio as well. That one still does have a pretty strong couplet in place. It's a small tornado warning because this thing is moving very, very slowly. And it's also a very, very small cell. It looks like perhaps that tornado southwest of Prospect was brief. It may have lifted by this point. Whoops. Sorry. All right, let's take a look at the next radar scan. I think just came in here. Yeah, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground anymore. West of Butler, it is still possible that we just have a very, very weak tornado on the ground still. So something to keep a close eye on. This tornado warning has 8 minutes remaining on it. The last time it was a confirmed tornado was 6 minutes ago. And it had a very small debris ball at that point. Whoops. Down in Virginia, One of those tornado warnings was lifted, but we do still have one in place, and that one is with some rotation near Mount Jackson, Newmarket, Timberville. It's not super impressive, but somewhere that we could see a spin-up tornado for sure. Still a ton of stratiform rain out here in northern Virginia, also the Maryland Panhandle even. I mean, really all of Maryland. Pretty much the entire state of Maryland getting some sort of rain right now. So a lot of precipitation, a lot of flash flooding. We are still dealing with what is, I think, about 46 flash flood warnings on the map right now is what I'm seeing on my radar program. I think our overlay is displaying 50. Still looking at the confirmed tornado warning just west of Butler. And again, I don't think that we have a tornado on the ground right this second anymore. We definitely did a few minutes ago. It might still be on the ground in theory, but I think it's unlikely. We are also looking at the tornado warning in Carrollton, Ohio. That's for Carroll County. In Virginia, still Rockingham, Shenandoah, Hardy, and Pendleton counties. Within that tornado warning. And then I'm watching down here near Chapmanville, this storm that we've been babying for a little while here, seeing if it's going to recycle. It looks like perhaps it is not going to. So that might be the end of that tornado threat for that storm as it is headed towards Chapmanville. And then in northern Tennessee, just across the border, we are looking at a couple of cells that could be problematic. One of those near Portland here, where we have a really well-defined hook at this point. A very, very impressive hook. It is tornado possible tagged on that severe thunderstorm warning. We also have another bit of regurgitating rotation on this storm near Tompkinsville that's trying to get organized. So that is one to watch as well. It doesn't look super impressive right now, but have I ever seen Chris Yukib's research? I don't think I have. Is the main line still going to form into the mid-Atlantic? Well, this is the main line. We've been looking at it here. I mean, it has been pretty impressive here, and we're still dealing with more severe weather and more tornado warnings as a result of it. But it does, to me anyway, I am still leaning towards more storms back in the mid-Atlantic, especially in like Virginia, Maryland, and maybe like southern Delaware. Like really just this region here is going to be my main concern for more of those storms. Also maybe like the southern half of New Jersey over the next like 4 or 5 hours. Okay. All right. Down here near Portland, it looks like this rotation is starting to uptrend a bit at the low levels. So We're looking here at around 1,500 feet where we definitely have rotation in place and a very, very well-defined hook. So we very well might see a tornado warning put on this storm here in the next minute or two. Yeah. Also out in Butler County, Pennsylvania, we do still have that confirmed tornado that I don't believe is on the ground right now. It definitely doesn't appear to be anyway. It looks like that storm is really falling apart, which is good news. But we did get at least another bird fart tornado at the very least here about maybe 10 to 15 minutes ago. The last time this was confirmed on the ground was 12 minutes ago. And the tornado warning itself has 2 minutes remaining, and I don't think they're going to issue a new one for this, to be honest with you, as this storm looks like it's really falling apart. I see it now. Yeah, literally was a bird fart tornado. Interesting. So that tornado near Portsville, Pennsylvania, there is footage of it touching down, and it was just like a tiny little spin-up tornado there that very briefly touched down. And there's a clip of that in the chat that I just dropped the link to Twitter for. And that tornado warning has just been lifted. It had about a minute left, I believe, but it has been lifted now. I don't think we're going to get another tornado warning really anywhere in Pennsylvania, except maybe ahead of this little Boeing segment here south of Polk. I don't know what counties this is going to cover. Let me look. Clarion, what'd you say? West. It's not part of. Okay, anyway. I don't think we're going to get another tornado warning in Pennsylvania, to answer your question there. Let me disable county names, and I'll take a look at that cell in West Virginia. The one tornado possible tag south of... Whoa, where did that come from? Okay, so we do have a little bit of rotation that's formed to the south, southeast, I guess, of Charleston here. It looks like this is a lot of contaminated radar data potentially here, but this is tornado possible tagged. The one that was also tornado possible tagged back near Hearts, that one doesn't look like it's really going to recycle or be able to do anything. That one has a tornado possible tag, or it did. It was actually lifted. So no longer a tornado possible tag on that one. Let's see. But yeah, this rotation near Leawood headed towards Powelton. It looks to me we're a little close to the radar unit. Let me go up a couple scans. Okay, actually, this is definitely one to watch. Honestly, I would maybe even consider warning this over the next few minutes, because as you go up in the radar scans, up in the tilt angles here, this is at around 3,400 feet, and it's looking decently solid here. That inflow region is pretty wide, though. And that Virginia tornado warning has been lifted. But yeah, if we go up in the tilt angles here, you can really see that hook echo is sort of there. You definitely have a supercell here. At the upper levels here, at 9,000 feet, you definitely have a strong coupling.
A new tornado warning.
And we did just get a tornado warning for that. Yeah, so, and again, like I said, from that Charleston radar, you go up in the tilt angles a little bit, and you can see it looks a lot nicer here with a pretty strong mesocyclone at only around 4,500 feet. So a new tornado warning here in place in West Virginia near Leawood, headed towards Powelton. I'm going to check on the one in northern Tennessee here, as that one was looking pretty concerning just a bit ago. It looks like it's really just struggling to get like quality inflow or any inflow at all. It's got the morphology, it's got the outflow. It just doesn't really have like robust inflow coming into it. But it's got a very well-defined hook, but it just doesn't have that inflow. So something to watch on that one. But yeah, we do have that new tornado warning in West Virginia. And all of our other tornado warnings have been lifted except the one for the mini supercell in Carroll, Ohio. So this is our only tornado warning outside of West Virginia right now. It's this mini supercell that is definitely depleting here. So that one may not be continued. It has 12 minutes remaining. Say what? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. But yeah, we do have this new tornado warning. And actually, I will say the lowest level scan, the most recent low level scan does look even better. And I will say, like these NROT values, this is contaminated radar data. What we're actually looking at is the top one here. And if we go up one tilt angle, oh, I guess it's not going to allow me to do that. Okay. Can't do that. There we go. Yeah, if you go up one tilt angle, that will confirm that theory. That weird contaminated data goes away. But you do have pretty strong rotation at the low levels here. Even the second tilt angle at 0.9 degrees on the radar unit is below 2,000 feet. So this is pretty strong low level rotation here. We could easily see this one become tornadic. It doesn't look to me like it's the type of storm that's like spitting out a tornado right this second. And that Ohio tornado warning has just been lifted. So this is our last tornado warning on the map for the time being. Reston, Virginia. I don't know exactly where that is. I think it's like generally outside of DC somewhere. Yeah, it's just like right outside of DC. It might be right in front of my face and I just don't see it. But anyway, Reston, Virginia and DC will be getting some stronger storms later this evening. I don't think they're going to have anything insane like what we've been seeing today with this tornado outbreak, but definitely could be seeing some stronger storms up there. Same thing with Arlington. I mean, that's just like greater DC area. I was going to say Arlington's like across the river, basically. There's Reston. Yeah, so the greater DC area will be getting some stronger storms later today. But nothing insane like what we've had so far, most likely anyway. Okay, at the lowest tilt angle here, looking at around 1,300 feet, we are still seeing some of that rotation present, but it only takes going up about one tilt angle for things to look much nicer with this storm. So near Leawood and Powellton, definitely looking at a pretty strong cell capable of producing a tornado. That tornado warning has 23 minutes remaining on it. I'm going to check in really quickly since there isn't a ton going on now anymore compared to what we had earlier. The rotation just west of Westmoreland is still looking somewhat concerning here. And this is just kind of northeast of Nashville, near Portland, Tennessee. Yeah, this storm is just struggled to establish good inflow. You can see that outflow has really been dominating things. You can see the edge of the outflow there, but it's just beginning to seep in some of that inflow we can see here. And we've got that couplet in place. So really interesting situation here with this storm. You don't see it all the time where you are even able to get any type of a couplet right behind that outflow boundary. Although ironically, we saw that in Iowa just the other day. I guess yesterday. That was yesterday. It feels like a year ago. You're going to get an update on these velocities in just a second here. There it is. Yeah, it's really trying to establish decent inflow and create a gap in that outflow. If we can create a gap in that outflow where we're looking at something more like this with this storm, it would definitely it would probably become tornadic at that point. Yeah. This tornado warning in West Virginia still looking somewhat threatening here. What? Apparently, North Tennessee is looking at dew points in the upper 70s here. So, which would be very favorable for this storm to become tornadic. Let me turn on METAR. I'm seeing 88 over 81 near Gallatin. What is going on? That was measured about like exactly a half hour ago at 6:55 p.m. Central. Yeah, that's a 5 knots due south, like due out of the south. This storm has the environment around it. Yeah, the storm has the environment around it. It's just not really it's not able right now to get inflow past its outflow boundary. But if it can break that outflow boundary up, this thing would probably become tornadic in like a split second, given the environment that it's in. And the storm in West Virginia, just southwest of Powelton and southeast of Charleston, is still looking pretty concerning here. Okay. Whoa. We did just get an upgrade on one of these severe thunderstorm warnings to a considerable. It's the first considerable severe thunderstorm warning we've had in a while, and it's going to be in northern Tennessee here. And I don't know which one it's going to be. It might be the one where we're having that rotation. I mean, this entire line of storms really could be producing some pretty gusty winds. Meanwhile, I was just sent by Adrian this crazy photo of an entire Walmart parking lot just like completely flooded. Like there are pickup trucks up there. And yeah, it was both of these polygons were upgraded now. That was the second one that you just heard that double beep there. So we did have both those polygons updated to potential 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling through northern Tennessee. And the interesting thing about this is this was actually forecast by some model guidance around this hour, because I was making jokes about it with a friend of mine who lives in Nashville. James Pettis. Okay. Yeah, so there's some crazy flooding going down at a Walmart in West Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link in the chat. Yep. Yep. This storm is really trying to become tornadic here, by the way. Just north of Bethpage, west of Westmoreland. It hasn't been able to do it. Hopefully it's not going to be able to do it. The one near Charleston is still looking pretty concerning as well. That one definitely is continuing to concern me here. There's a lot of radar interference at the lowest tilt angle, unfortunately, because this area is so hilly. Yeah, that photo from that Walmart is actually insane. I don't know if Norman is still live or not. He might be. No, I don't think that he is. Okay, so I think he is done for the day because he was going to go fly his drone and do a little damage surveying for that possible tornado that he had up there in West Virginia. And that one was over here near La Valette. Yeah, I see that. Okay, so possibly more rotation beginning to form up here right near the Tennessee-Kentucky border. As I mean, this is almost like an entire. This is so bizarre. You just like basically have these two supercells like butting up against each other, sort of, with this new updraft if it's able to form and sustain itself. I will say there's a secondary updraft behind it, which could limit things. But you do have these two different competing updrafts here. If one of them becomes dominant, what you'll notice is that this storm doesn't have the same outflow issue that the one to its west has, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So essentially, this storm, you can see this gray line here where all of this outflow is really dominating the storm. It has the environment, it has the morphology, and it has the winds coming out of the south for it here. But that outflow boundary is just blocking those winds from making their way into the inflow of this storm. So it's not been able to really get strong rotation as a result. It just has really good southerly flow, but not very, really good northerly flow, not very good southerly flow. Where on the other hand, on the eastern side of this new area where you have these two competing updrafts, if one of them takes over, you'll notice that outflow doesn't have the same issue. It actually comes in as a V there. So you will be able to get inflow with that storm if one of those updrafts is able to become dominant. So that could be a concern for one of those storms to become tornadic. But that again, that's very contingent on one of those updrafts taking over and being significantly more dominant over the other, and establishing its own inflow in that way. Yep. Mm-hmm. We did just get another flash flood warning up here northeast of Nashville, and it's a pretty large one. There are a ton of flash flood warnings on the map. 1 flash flood emergency, 22 considerable flash flood warnings, and 26 regular flash flood warnings. I'm going to go ahead and play those on the overlay here. At the top of your screen, you're going to see that alert breakdown there, where we have the 1 tornado warning in West Virginia right now for Fayette and Kanawha counties. And then we have a 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 of them being considerable in North Tennessee here, 10 of them just being your standard severe thunderstorm warnings, and then 50 flash flood warnings. Absolutely insane. All right, I'm going to jump back over to the tornado warning in West Virginia, which is still posing a threat. This one is right near Kingston right now, just west of Fayetteville. Still a lot of interference coming in at the lowest tilt or 2 of the radar here. But decently strong rotation nonetheless, and definitely one that we have to continue to pay close attention to here.
A new tornado warning.
We did just get a new tornado warning in Virginia. I'm assuming that is going to be for this storm out here near Elkton. I'm guessing that's what this is for, as this storm has developed a little bit of rotation near Elkton, headed towards Standardsville and Madison. And we are in Northern Virginia right now. And yeah, there's that tornado warning that has been put in place. And it is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quick here. And you're going to see that rotation really start to show up here over the last handful of scans. So those blue values there indicating that we have that cyclonic rotation. So yeah, another tornado warning in Virginia. We have 2 different tornado warnings, 1 in Virginia, 1 in West Virginia. I see Mr. Evan Freiberger has just arrived here with his entire crew. So I really appreciate that. I hope you had a good broadcast. I think you probably started a lot earlier than me today because I was in a bunch of meetings this morning and then had a late lunch, went live as fast as I could. And I did not expect things to blow up the way they have today. But I hope everyone is doing well and has stayed safe in this sort of unexpected tornado outbreak that we've had today. Good to see everybody coming in from Evan Freiberger's stream. How's New York City right now? Generally, they're fine. There was a what seemed like it could have been a possible tornado in New York City earlier today. I wasn't able to get confirmation on whether or not that photo or that 2 or 3 photos that were circulating online were real or not. How much longer are we going to be live? To be determined on that. Maybe another hour to an hour and a half or something like that. Yeah, right now we are tracking a pretty big wind bag rolling through North Tennessee, north central Tennessee right now. Might impact Nashville as well. And if it does, Nashville is notorious for losing power. So we could be seeing a widespread power outage in Nashville in about an hour here. We're still tracking the tornado warning in West Virginia, which is dealing with a little bit of radar interference, especially at the low levels. But that storm is definitely there and definitely worth paying close attention to. And then we have one more tornado warning, a newer one in Virginia for Greene and Rockingham counties. This one is near Elkton, and it's headed down towards Standardsville, Pratt's, and Ruckersville. It's kind of one of those mini supercells. We've seen a couple of those, including one out in Ohio, or rather two out in Ohio, one of which produced a tornado, one of which was near Carroll. But yeah, it is really good to see everybody coming in from Evan's broadcast this evening. And Evan, I hope you had a great broadcast. Still a major flooding risk, by the way, through a large portion of the mid-Atlantic. So much stratiform rain falling, and there's even more coming tomorrow. So the flooding risk is going to continue for quite some time. Let me see if I can get a camera up from the from this tornado warning in Virginia here. Okay. All right. Still dealing with this not confirmed tornado, excuse me, this mini supercell out near Elkton. The one in West Virginia as well. We do have some footage coming in from the confirmed tornado. Whoa. This was wow. What seems to be a pretty large, partially rain-wrapped tornado, or at least a very large lowering of the mesocyclone, and perhaps a smaller tornado under there because you can't tell with the tree line. But this looks to be at the very least a somewhat sizable tornado. I'm going to drop the link to this in the chat here. This was out in New Jersey. That's pretty insane. At the very least, that is most certainly a significant wall cloud that very likely it's rapidly rotating. That very likely at least had a tornado somewhere in there, even if that was some sort of a rain wrap shaft or something surrounding it. Man, that is brutal. Hopefully that did not impact anyone. There have been a lot of tornadoes today, including a handful of large and extremely dangerous tornadoes that we covered. There were a couple of PDS tornadoes earlier. One of which produced some crazy damage near Wax, Kentucky. I think that was, from what I saw there just in that photo, it looked like I could spot out at least EF2 level damage indicators. And I feel like that's the most likely rating for that tornado. It does look like all of that rotation here in North Tennessee has, for the most part, fizzled out. And /or is not going to be able to establish itself rather than fizzling out necessarily. So we're going to be looking at a very significant wind bag rolling through northern Tennessee here, potentially impacting a couple of largely populated areas like Nashville. There is still the risk for some of these storms further west near like Clarksville, for example, where some of those could do something weird and surprise us. It's not something I'm particularly worried about, but something we just have to pay attention to. How old am I? I am 22. A little late here, went to our local fair. Yeah, it has been a little bit of a tornado outbreak today. Kind of unexpected. I definitely did not expect a crazy tornado outbreak. I was more skeptical of today's forecast than I was of yesterday's forecast. But it seems today has significantly overperformed, while yesterday kind of slightly underperformed. We did get a lot of mini supercells that produced a handful of tornadoes, but that was not the exact expected storm mode for yesterday. And it looks like that camera I was looking at went down. Oh, there we go. Might be back now. That one is in the middle of that tornado warning polygon, by the way, this camera we're looking at. And our West Virginia tornado warning has been lifted. So our only tornado warning on the map right now is this one near Elkton. And it definitely does look capable of producing a tornado. We've seen these mini supercells be very productive over the last 2 days. That tornado was definitely not bigger than El Reno. That maybe was. I don't know how far away the person was from that tornado. It seemed like they were relatively close. In general, though, keep in mind that we still have like 50 flash flood warnings on the map. I'm going to go ahead and show those again here. Give me just 1 second. There we go. All right, so at the top of your screen, you're going to see all those active alerts. We have the one tornado warning out here. This is not terribly far from Harrisonburg. It's near Elkton for that mini supercell. 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, including 2 of them being considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in North Tennessee. And then 52 flash flood warnings right now, including 1 emergency and 22 considerables. So a very significant widespread flooding event for a lot of different areas in the U.S., even down in areas like Colorado and Arizona experiencing a ton of rain, even Utah. A lot of flash flooding going on in those regions. New Mexico as well. I can go ahead and show some of that really, really quick. Here's where we've been getting tons of rain. It's kind of that monsoon type of season out there where we have tons of flash flood warnings in the Four Corner states. On the windward side of the mountains, this is pretty typical for this time of year. Maybe not quite like this all the time, but flash flooding in general is not uncommon this time of year in the Four Corner states. And then, of course, back into West Virginia, we're looking at a pretty significant flash flooding event. Similar thing going on in not in Chicago, in Ohio. Why did I try to say Chicago? Trying to manifest it. A lot of other thunderstorms continuing to fire off in central Ohio. Most of these will not really pose any significant type of threat. This cell up here that did produce a tornado a while back, all the way near Youngstown, it's continued to move southeast, just kind of riding down the highway through Newcastle and Butler. And right now it's near Slate Lick. That one is potentially still one to watch for a possible tornado producer later on. It's one of those other mini supercells and one of our cells that did produce a tornado earlier. One of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee was lifted. And we do just have a general severe thunderstorm warning there now. But still near Springfield, could definitely be seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So I think it's smart that the National Weather Service has maintained that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the moment, as I could easily see 70-mile-per-hour winds near Springfield. Oh. New York City's clean, no tornado watch. Yep, that sounds about right. I can go ahead and play through all of our watches as well really quick. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see all of the watches that are active right now. That's your severe thunderstorm watch from Tennessee back into Kentucky and West Virginia. You're seeing first there. Another one out in the mid-Atlantic. And then another one on the Kentucky side of the border. And then that tornado watch that is in place back in Jersey, although I believe maybe that one has expired. That one's including a pretty large area, though. There's the West Virginia one. Basically, the entire state of West Virginia. And then you got that tropical storm watch down there west of NOLA. Yeah, definitely a pretty big day for West Virginia. But I think they're mostly out of the woods now. I'm going to jump over back to normal Virginia. Original Virginia, I guess. Where that tornado warning is still in place, but it doesn't look, it's still looking concerning. Still probably capable of producing a supercell or a tornado. I don't know if we're going to get a new tornado warning downstream of this one. If we did, it would be headed towards areas like Pratt's out here and maybe towards Orange, something like this. Were you saying something, Adrian? Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, sir. Yes, so much rain still going on throughout Baltimore, DC, really almost the entire state of Maryland. And eventually it's going to take up the entire state of Delaware, too. All right, we are going to be getting a live hit from James Pettis, who is out there in Nashville or in the Nashville area right now. So give me just a second. We're going to have him. There he is. All right. Pettis, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. How you doing?
Good. Watching this severe thunderstorm coming in right there. See a few strikes of lightning. It's not anything crazy because the sun hasn't set here. We're in a elementary school parking lot right now, but yeah, it's juicy out here, man. It's really humid. The heat indexes are still in the hundreds right now, and
Really?
yeah, my temp is still at 100, probably maybe high 90s by now, maybe. But
Wow.
I mean, this was a pretty serious storm coming in. Obviously, we had the ice storm just a few months ago in January, and that really knocked down a lot of our power grid right there.
Yep.
So power outages are probably going to be a issue.
I was just talking about that a little bit ago. I'm not sure if you were tapped into the broadcast at that point, but I was like, man, from what I've heard about Nashville, this looks like we could see some widespread power outages. A pretty big windbag headed right your way right now.
Yes, sir.
And out near Springfield too, just north of Nashville. That is where the strongest winds are at, and that's the part that's going to roll right on through the Nashville area. So we could very well be looking at a lot of power outages in that area.
Yeah, I'm right here in the Bellevue area, sort of just southwest of town.
Mm-hmm.
And I've sort of noticing the wind also sort of taking a shift to the north, a little more inflow. So it gives me a little more confidence that the storm's actually going to stay together rather than outflow taking over. But yeah, this is probably not the best case scenario here, obviously. But yeah,
Right.
if you're in Nashville, heads up, probably going to get a little loud. I mean, there's a ton of lightning in this. I don't know if my camera's really picked it up at all, but this thing is really electrical behind us, and the sun hasn't even really set yet. So
Yeah. And
Uh,
once we hop off the call, I'll go ahead and show that lightning as well, because you are absolutely right. When I turn it on the radar here, there is a lot of lightning in place. Really the entire line of storms, really,
yeah,
all across the border, and it's starting to train out a little bit too and expand westward. And I agree with you. I think it's going to stay together. I'm seeing southerly winds at the surface at like 5 to 10 knots in this area on METAR, and it's like 88 over 81. So plenty of moisture. And yeah, so I agree with you. I think it's going to stay together, and it could be pretty problematic for the Nashville area.
yeah. Obviously, we got that spin up tornado threat too, but I wouldn't pay much attention to that if I was a resident of Nashville right now. These winds could be
Right.
upwards of maybe we get some isolated gusts of 70 miles per hour. But I mean, this overall, I mean, it's the classic summertime chonker of an MCS. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. You got anything else you want to share with us?
Not right now, but once this starts rolling in, I'll check back in with y'all.
All right, sounds good. Well, I appreciate you, and we'll talk with you soon. Stay safe. Don't get struck by lightning. All righty. So that was James Pettis that we just had there. And again, he is just southwest of Nashville. And here's a look at what he was talking about with that lightning. You can see so much white on the screen here, just tons of lightning to the north of Nashville here. So this is a very electrically active storm that is bringing some strong gusty winds, potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, especially in areas like Springfield right now, just closer to the Tennessee and Kentucky border. And the spin-up tornado threat is possible, like he said, but it's not something I'm particularly concerned about. The only tornado warning we have on the map right now is back into Virginia, and it's for this mini supercell that it actually really has fully moved out of that tornado warning polygon. So that really ought to be lifted here. Or I guess maybe they just allow it to expire over its last 5 minutes. And that rotation has actually weakened a decent amount here on the last, really like the last 2 or 3 scans. So to be determined on if we're going to get a new tornado warning for areas like Pratt's on this storm. All right, what did I miss in the chat? I'm pretty sure the fall would be very active for storms like tornadoes, maybe some hail and wind. Absolutely. Yeah, the fall is always a pretty active stretch for severe weather. And this year is definitely not going to be an exception with that El Nino. We'll likely be looking at a pretty active storm season here in the winter time and the fall. PDS Pettis. And yeah, just west of Pratt's again. Still seeing a little bit of rotation with this mini supercell, but it's not anything I'm particularly worried about being significantly tornadic. And then we're going to stay with these storms as they approach Nashville, Tennessee here over the next maybe 30 minutes to an hour. And then at that point, once we're pretty confident that things have pretty much calmed down for the evening, we'll go ahead and end the broadcast. So we'll probably be live for another hour or so here. So maybe around 9 p.m. Central Time, we'll be ending things off. But again, we still have a tornado warning in place for a couple more minutes. Again, I know this storm is not within the tornado warning anymore, but I did just want to reiterate that point. And that rotation is continuing to downtrend with every single scan here. So I'm hoping that's going to stay the case and that we will be done with our semi-unexpected tornado outbreak. But yeah, still strong storms headed towards Nashville. Johnny, where are you located? Possibly new rotation forming here, by the way, west of Hollymed and northwest of Charlottesville. So that's something to watch. That rotation is at around 7,500 feet in the air. It is in a radar hole, unfortunately. So I don't know if we'll get a tornado warning on that. It's definitely there, though. At the upper levels, it's still there, too. That's at around 13,000 feet. We were just looking at it there. So something to pay attention to for a possible new tornado warning. In general, though, I think the majority of our threat for tornadoes is going to be gone. We could still see spin up tornadoes with really any of these random storms, any of these mini supercells that persist out in like Pennsylvania or Eastern Ohio, for example. Any of those could become problematic, but nothing that I'm particularly concerned about. To get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. I'll take a look at that in just a minute, but I just want to keep checking in with some of these other cells.
A new
We
tornado
could get
warning has been issued.
I'm guessing this new tornado warning is for what I'm looking at right now in West Virginia here, as this storm looks like it actually has uptrended a decent amount again, and it's near cliff top here. That rotation looks decently solid. And I'm guessing that might be where that tornado warning was issued. We're going to find out in just a minute. But we did get a new tornado warning in West Virginia. Yep, and there it is. It is for Fayette County there. So we did see a little bit of an uptick in our rotation here over the last couple of minutes. I will say it looked a little bit better one scan ago than it does right now, but we are definitely looking at a storm capable of producing a tornado here. This is west of Cliff Top for Fayette County in West Virginia. It's going to be moving towards the east. We are in central southern West Virginia here. And then back towards Nashville, we did have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place. It was just a new small one that they put in place here because that storm is moving pretty slowly. So it is still tagged for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. I will say it looks like those winds have downtrended a little bit. So perhaps not looking at as much of a risk for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here in northern Tennessee. So that would be a good thing. Hopefully that will be the case. Regardless, though, a massive line of storms here in northern central Tennessee that's going to continue to push on to the south. Wow. So it seems like this cell in West Virginia here is moving into a pretty favorable environment. So we definitely are going to pay very close attention to this one throughout its life cycle here. Is there any news about the tornado warning in Greene County, Virginia? It was lifted or allowed to expire. So, and there has not been a new one issued as of yet. Again, I was looking at it just a little bit ago, and I don't know that it necessarily needs a new tornado warning here. There is still a little bit of rotation. And but it's very, very weak and very broad. And I don't think this really needs a tornado warning here. It is possible still that you could get a weird spin up tornado, but I don't think it's capable of doing that right this second. A little further southwest, though, just to the northwest of Charlottesville, we do have another area of rotation that is one to watch. It's not currently tornado warned, and I don't really know that it needs to be tornado warned. I don't think it does. This rotation isn't super strong, and it's at around 7,500 feet in the air, so pretty high that we're looking at. This is in a radar hole, unfortunately, so we can't get a great view on it. Seeing if I can find a good another good camera that is looking at Tennessee here. Go ahead and slap this one in the bottom left. So what you're seeing here is a camera that's not long away from getting pummeled by this storm here. So we're going to kind of watch this whole area start to be impacted by this very large, severe thunderstorm in the Nashville area. That's what we're watching in the bottom left. All right, let's go back to Fayette County in West Virginia, where we do have a tornado warning. And this one is still decently concerning, and it does have solid rotation at around 6,000 feet. Yeah, I was going to say that looked a little dated. Yeah, it does have solid rotation at around 6,000 feet here. It really has pretty solid rotation, like all the way up. So this is definitely one to pay pretty close attention to. Yeah, that's smart, Adrian. I'm sure it will spike. Yeah, at around 6,000 feet here as well. This is still looking pretty solid. So definitely could see this one produce a tornado at some point here. This tornado warning has 40 minutes remaining on it. It was, of course, a 45-minute tornado warning that was literally just issued a couple minutes ago. And then into Tennessee, where we are looking at a very, very strong line of storms that is about to impact Nashville and a lot of surrounding areas, really, all the way from like Carthage through Lebanon, Nashville, back through Dixon, maybe even clipping Waverly as these storms continue to train out towards the west. What you'll notice is that some of these storms will just keep expanding in that direction until this whole line connects. That has been kind of the trend here. And it looks like maybe a little bit of influence from some sort of a rear inflow jet as things are starting to bow out a little bit right near Hendersonville. So we could see some localized stronger gusts of wind as a result of that. And perhaps the risk for a spin up tornado later on. I don't think that's a risk right this minute, though. So south of Bowling Green right now, there's about, did you say 2,000? Yeah, there's about 2,000 people in the county south of Bowling Green that are without power right now. So, and that is where this storm just came from. And it is potentially even slightly stronger now than it was before. It was producing maybe higher wind gusts before, but in general, the storm is more widespread and looks a little bit healthier, a little more consistent than it did a little bit ago. Weather wisdom, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Still staying with our tornado warning here in West Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get some METAR observations. It looks like maybe there really aren't any. Oh, yes, there are. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like this environment does have very, very low dew point depressions, where we're looking at 74 over 70, 73 over 72. So your temperature very, very close to your dew point, essentially. Dew points in the 70s, temperatures in the low 70s. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, that's in the bottom left. That camera that's up is in Nashville. There's a lot of cameras in Nashville. Yeah, it does look like we have quite the excessive rainfall outlook here. I think that's what Weather Wisdom was asking about. That is going to be in place. So for the day one outlook, there's a lot of area that could be seeing excessive rainfall for flash flooding. But for tomorrow, we're looking more into North Carolina and Virginia. Same thing with day three, which is going to be Thursday, of course. Even day 4 and day 5. So a lot of excessive rainfall that could be leading to a lot of flash flooding back in the Carolinas and parts of the mid-Atlantic. Of course, West Virginia right now just getting absolutely swamped. It looks like this tornado warning has just been shrunken down just a little bit here, still just including Fayette County in West Virginia. Bunch of power out by that PDS flood warning. Yeah, that's the one in West Virginia, I assume is what you're talking about here, where we do have a flash flood emergency in place. But yeah, what we're looking at here, and the reason you're going to see all these little plots, these station plots all over the place showing wind and temperature and everything, is because I'm trying to get a good idea of what environment this storm is moving into, since it is the only one on the map right now. You're going to notice that to the southwest of it, it is bringing in solid inflow at 15 knots. So that is like around 18 miles per hour or something like that. And it's got a temperature of 74 degrees, a dew point of 70 degrees. So a very small dew point depression. These storms will be somewhat surface based. So this storm really does have a decent environment around it. I don't know what the upper level environment's looking like. That's just, your surface features, but I shouldn't have been wishing for rain so hard. Yeah, fair enough. What are my thoughts on the Storm Prediction Center getting predictions correct lately? I think they're doing a good job. I think they get a lot of criticism a lot of the time. People don't focus on, the 80% of the days where things are decently accurate. They focus on the 20% where they aren't. And then also, in general, I think people are really picky. Like the Storm Prediction Center might get things generally correct, but it's like maybe they draw a risk on the map. I can just use the day one to talk about it. Like, for example, for today, they have this enhanced risk, but let's just say hypothetically, there obviously was a lot of severe weather and tornadoes in central Kentucky. But let's just say there were no tornadoes and no severe weather really in central Kentucky. We would, be throwing out all this criticism towards the Storm Prediction Center, and they're like, it's a bust and this and that. And, just because part of it wasn't correct, for example. I just think there's so many things that are thrown at the Storm Prediction Center. They're also working with models that aren't performing well due to a lack of soundings, or at least not performing as well as they usually do. So I think given everything, they're doing a pretty good job. And a lot of folks need to chill out on like trying to call them out, and they should cut them some slack. Yeah. Somebody reported a rotating A lowering coming down from a cloud base, scud rotating around the lowering mile from Naperville. Oh, okay. This person just doesn't know how to use punctuation. I got it. So this person reported a wall cloud in Chicago where there's nothing going on, and said there's a lowering coming down from a cloud base. There's scud rotating around the lowering, and it's a mile from Naperville. Absolutely incredible. Clearly, there should be a tornado warning there. What is the National Weather Service doing? Yeah, no, I mean, Jared, I agree with you. And those are local National Weather Service offices that issue warnings and stuff. And then the Storm Prediction Center that does your nationwide categorical outlooks and all that kind of business. And I think the local offices get a lot of hate too. And oftentimes it's undeserved. Sometimes they make mistakes though. I think it's slightly more frequent because they have more to do, and they do things more often. You know, warnings are a little touchier. It's more frequent that the local National Weather Service offices, the different WFOs, make mistakes, but that's just part of the job. It's impossible to avoid. There's always going to be that random storm that pops up. It's unexpected. They happen to not see it in time, and they don't get a warning out as early as they could by a couple of minutes or something like that. Or like a weird spin up tornado mesoscale accident happens and it goes unwarned, you know, those types of things. There's no way to avoid that. It's always going to happen sometimes. And again, that's why I think the local National Weather Service offices also get more hate than they deserve. But in general, they also do make mistakes at the same time. And so does the Storm Prediction Center. But, you know, I think they do a really good job in general. East of Hartsville. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see that. Okay, so we could be looking at some rotation really tightening up here quickly near Hartsville, without a doubt. So this could be a new tornado warning that we get here soon. This is a good shout, Adrian. I completely agree with you on this one, for sure. Yeah, you can see this rotation really develop here over the last couple of scans, and it's tightening up pretty quick. So this is definitely an area of concern for another tornado warning that could be possible. Again, we still have one in Fayette County in West Virginia that we've been watching, and it doesn't look like a tornado is imminent from this one. The cell is not super organized. Still continuing to watch it though. We're going to get an update on these velocities in just a couple of seconds here. There it is. Yeah, it's just not looking insanely impressive to me here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new downstream tornado warning issued for this, just in case. If so, it would be headed kind of towards this general vicinity, areas like Clintonville and Frankfort. And that's here in West Virginia. And then back towards the Nashville area, they are on the verge of getting smacked. And in fact, North Nashville is already just now getting hit by this storm. And a lot of lightning in this one. A lot of lightning. And meanwhile, near Hartsville, we are looking at an area of rotation where things have really started to tighten up here. So this is going to be something to watch for sure, where we could see a tornado. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee. And perhaps that's going to be this area over here. To be determined on that. We did get a new tornado warning in West Virginia. So that was the new downstream tornado warning for West Virginia. And I'll show that in just a second. I want to see where this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is in Tennessee. Should show up any second here. I don't know why it's taking so long. And we don't have that new tornado warning on my map either just yet. But again, we did get a new downstream tornado warning, for the storm in West Virginia. That one's moving out of Fayette County towards the east. I see Seagray in the chat. Good to see. Okay, and there is that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and it's probably going to be tornado possible tagged, if I had to guess. Yeah, it's tornado possible tagged and has a 70-mile-per-hour wind tag in there as well, because we do have this rotation beginning to tighten up just to the southeast of Hartsville. And then back into West Virginia, we did get a new downstream tornado warning, issued only for a 25-minute life cycle here, so lower confidence in this storm remaining tornadic here as it continues off to the east. Utah got a tornado. I haven't seen anything about that. I'm not calling you a liar. I just haven't seen anything about it. Arizona did? Wow. Apparently, there was also one in Arizona that was relatively photogenic. Sweet. This is kind of insane. We've been live for 5 hours straight right now, which isn't a ton of time, you know. Like, that's not the part that's crazy. The crazy part is that we've had a tornado warning every single second of this broadcast so far for 5 hours straight. That's a little crazy. At least I'm like 99% certain that we have had a tornado warning for this entire time. I'm pretty sure we've had, well, I mean, either that or a PDS tornado warning, of course. Yeah, Tornado Explorer Alt. I feel you. You got to be cautious with those types of reports. But yeah, apparently there was a video or photo of a photogenic tornado in Arizona earlier today that went unwarned because we never had a tornado warning in Arizona today, unless it was before I went live, which is possible. If it was pretty early in the day, then that's definitely possible. But yeah, we've had tornadoes in Ohio, Pennsylvania, both Virginias, New Jersey, apparently New York before I went live, like New York City, Kentucky. And they've shrunken down this tornado warning even more, by the way, for Fayette County. And the new one, by the way, is Greenbrier County in West Virginia. That's where the storm is headed now. Through Rennell and Rupert. No confirmed tornado on this one, but a storm that is capable of producing one. Okay, apparently. What? Well, I got a photo of that Arizona tornado. This is insane. There's a link to that on Twitter. That is pretty insane. 2 in New Jersey. Yeah, I saw those. We covered the ones in New Jersey and saw some photos of those. I did not see, or I saw a couple of the photos of the New York City stuff, but I didn't know if that didn't really I wasn't fully convinced that was real. The New Jersey ones, I think there was for sure one, at least in New Jersey, from the photos that I saw. All right, I'm going to check in on what's going on down in Nashville. I can select the radar unit. There we go. Out in central Tennessee, where I think that rotation near Hartsville has really dissipated a bit, which is good. And this windbag event is still rolling on through the Nashville area. It's just about to hit downtown Nashville. You can see a lot of lightning on that traffic camera down there in Tennessee. And then here in West Virginia, still 20 minutes remain on this tornado warning that is leaving Fayette County and rolling through Greenbrier County. In fact, both of these tornado warnings still have 20 minutes remaining, but I would imagine the one for Fayette County will get lifted pretty soon here. Yeah. All right. The latest reflectivity scan is in. The next velocity scan will be in just a minute here. Should be about 5 seconds. And boom. There it is. Okie dokie. Maybe a little bit of an uptick in our rotation here. So still one to pay close attention to. This is right near Rupert here. So possibly a little bit of an uptick in our rotation that could be indicative of perhaps tornado genesis beginning to get underway here. So if you are in this tornado warning polygon in Greenbrier, definitely Greenbrier County, West Virginia, I should say, definitely make sure that you are getting to a storm shelter, a basement, whatever you can to put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure, a bathroom usually works pretty well. Get in the bathtub, put a mattress over yourself. Do whatever you got to do. And that original tornado warning for Fayette County was lifted here. So we are fully into Greenbrier County here in West Virginia. And perhaps a little bit of rotation beginning to reform east of Hartsville near Difficult. It's an interesting town name. And then down in Nashville, still a ton of lightning with this storm. Tons and tons of lightning. And Nashville is just getting smacked by some stronger storms here with gusty winds and a lot of rain. So to be determined on how much of the town is going to lose some power here. I'm just going to note that it is mid-July and we are talking about wall-to-wall tornado warnings. July. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it has been an insane day. And yesterday was not terribly different, of course. It was not nearly as much of an outbreak as today was. We did have a mini supercell outbreak throughout central Wisconsin. And I say outbreak kind of in quotes. It wasn't, that wasn't like a tornado outbreak, but we did have a handful of tornadoes out there, very photogenic ones from low precipitation supercells. And that uptick in rotation was pretty short-lived. It already did downtrend just a tiny bit near Rupert. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground here. And in fact, in about 15 minutes when this tornado warning is set to expire, it would not shock me at all for them to no longer issue new tornado warnings on this storm. Nashville really starting to get in the heat right now. The good news is that the majority of like the strongest areas of the storm seems to be missing downtown Nashville, and it's kind of being spared here just a little bit. So hopefully that'll remain to be the case. The storm did not train out to the west quite as far as I was expecting. It did train out a little bit further, but it's not super strong out in that direction. The main risk, ironically, right now on the map, the most significant threat is flooding. Again, we do have this tornado warning in place. I'm not really that confident in this producing a tornado. But there is still rotation there. And it's somewhat strong at around 5,500 feet here. But I'm not that confident in that producing a tornado. You have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's tornado possible tagged. I don't think that's going to produce a tornado either, as it's really struggled to really get going at all. However, it could be producing those 70-mile-per-hour gusts of wind for sure. And then meanwhile, across the rest of the United States, we have 50 flash flood warnings, which is actually insane. And a couple more of our severe thunderstorm warnings were just lifted. So we are down to just 5. One in West Virginia, and that is around our tornado warned storm. One in New York for Orange County. I can check in on that. As this one has 28 minutes remaining on it. And that one's just going to be for gusty winds, it looks like. Yeah, just 60-mile-per-hour winds on that one here. And then everything else is just Tennessee. That's the last of our severe weather here. So I'm going to continue to stay with this tornado warning in West Virginia until we no longer have a tornado warning. And then at that point, we'll probably end off the broadcast for the night. Perhaps before we end things off, we'll hear again from James Pettis, who is out there in Nashville right now and can give us an update on what that storm is like in the area. Yeah, the Nebraska counter did not really go up much today. We were not in that region. It was a really bad day for the Nebraska lovers. Nothing up there. We did have a couple of storms in Nebraska yesterday, though, in the evening hours. It wasn't anything crazy, but we had a couple. Well, the Nebraska count just went up like 5 or 6 times during that sentence. I just realized, I guess. Nebraska maxing. Someone ban me. I'm spamming in my own chat. Mods ban me. Yeah, and I think this rotation is continuing to downtrend here in Rupert. And this is Greenbrier County in West Virginia here. Just to the northwest of Clintonville. I no spamming. Yeah, I do believe that this rotation is continuing to downtrend, and we're likely to not see a new tornado warning in about 10 minutes when this one expires. You know what? I'm going to show it because why not? James Pettis has dropped us a video update here. Let me see if I can can I make this like slightly higher resolution? Question mark. Video enhancements. Turn that brightness up. All right, that didn't do anything. Okay. Turn that back off. All right, we'll just play it. Oh, you can't even hear it. Hang on, I've made a grave mistake. It's just like I paused it on a frame of Pettis just getting flashbanged. Okay, hang on. I'll play this in a minute. I have to set it up so you guys can actually hear it. So just give me a second. Okay. This, I'm gonna have to transition in. And that should work, I think.
Just to the south and east of Nashville.
Perfect. All right, we can watch it really quick.
What's up, guys? James Pettis here, just to the south and east of Nashville at the WNSL football field, where we got a gigantic storm coming in here to Nashville. The electricity on the storm is extremely incredible and just nonstop lightning with this, guys.
This is cracking me up.
But yes, we're here. Wow. I am under a little cover right now, so I'm good. But the downtown lights should be able to illuminate the shelf cloud as it comes through, so we're in a good spot. And wow. Incredible storm coming through.
Okay. All right then. Well, a big thank you to James Pettis for for doing that for us there. All right, we should. That was certainly something. Oh, did we get a screenshot of Bright Pettis? Oh, what is that, bro? I was hoping it would be Pettis and it's me. Oy, oy, oy. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, this rotation is really continuing to downtrend a little bit near Clintonville and just south of Rupert. Excuse me. I see I got warned for spamming. I won't do it again. Don't worry, Kaysen. A Nebraska maxing headband. All right. What'd you say, Adrian? I'm shameless. Oh boy. Everybody's just getting warned for spamming tonight, I guess. Why not? All right, let's check in on what's going on in Nashville, where Pettis was kind enough to just give us an update there. Still a windbag starting to roll on through, and it looks like it's pushing it's mostly pushed through Nashville right now. It's kind of right over downtown Nashville. You can see the edge of its outflow here, just barely ahead of the storm itself. So part of Nashville looks to have been hit by this, and oh my goodness, we have 0 tornado warnings on the map for the first time all night of this broadcast. 5 hours and 19 minutes straight of broadcast without with a tornado warning on the map. That is a tornado outbreak if I've ever seen it. Where we did have multiple large and extremely dangerous tornadoes, and we had multiple other confirmed tornadoes as well. Looks like we're starting to get that classic comma head here over near Carthage, by the way, which could pose some threat for a weak tornado that would be kind of embedded within that storm there. Could get a warning in Central Virginia. We'll take a look. This one? Surely you mean this one near Gordonsville. This might actually be the one that I was talking about a little while ago. I don't know for sure if it is. This is somewhat weak rotation, but it is there. And the thing is, it's at around 5,700 feet. So it's not super surface based. Or I mean, it's not super low level rotation. There's another area near Dooms as well, but it's the same kind of deal here. It's like somewhat weak rotation, and this one is at 8,300 feet. So it's kind of hard to warn those sometimes. But you're not wrong. If this Gordonsville one tightens up a little bit, it could definitely get warned. How is Circleville, Ohio doing? I don't know exactly where Circleville is. See if I can find it. I can. Oh, it's just south of Columbus. Okay. Circleville's good. You're all good there. Maybe just a couple of rogue lightning strikes and a little bit of rain. Maybe a gusty, like a stray gust of wind, but nothing crazy out there in Circleville, Ohio. You will be good to go. West of Nashville, I'm seeing now there's rotation, question mark. Ooh. Yeah, there is. Okay. That one looks pretty solid, actually. That very well could be tornado warned here. Yeah. What is that, like 2.5 hours maybe from you, Adrian? 2 hours? Yeah. Hey, I mean, if it's going straight south, it wouldn't take you 2 hours to get to it because it's coming to you as well. For context, by the way, Adrian is based in Northeast Mississippi over here near Iuka. And he said, how far away is that from me? He's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can use the Hopkinsville radar. Oh, yeah. From the Hopkinsville radar, it looks actually quite concerning. I would definitely be warning that based on the Hopkinsville radar. This rotation we're seeing at 2,200 feet. I would definitely be tornado warning that, to be honest with you. And this storm is west of Nashville, south of Clarksville. And there is
A
that
new
tornado
tornado
warning.
warning has been issued.
That tornado warning has been issued. And that is going to be in Tennessee for this storm near Van Leer. Adrian, get in the car. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. And there's that tornado warning polygon. It's a 45-minute tornado warning. And it's near Van Leer, headed down towards areas like Charlotte and Dixon here in Tennessee. And it's for Dixon County. Adrian is like trying very hard to convince himself to not go do this and try and go get this. I genuinely don't think you would get there in time. Because I don't think this is going to last, but definitely strong rotation there. It's possible that we have the smallest CC drop here, but I don't think so. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not convinced that we could confirm this tornado here, but it is definitely possible that we might be looking at just the world's smallest CC drop with this. But I don't think that we can confirm this right now. Can you show where the tighter part is? That's the only hard part. Like where the name is? Jared, what do you mean? Ashland City? Where's that at? To the east, you said? Oh, yeah, another area of rotation that looks quite similar. You're not wrong. And it looks like another one is forming just to the north of Ashland City. So we may have another couplet forming here, and we do have one that is trying to form over here. One west of Ashland City, one just north of Ashland City. Yeah. It would need to be there for at least one more radar scan. Again, this is Dixon County, Tennessee. And we do have the possibility for two other areas of rotation beginning to form. One of them just to the east of Cumberland Furnace, and the other one is a newer one trying to form right near Ashland City in Tennessee here. But this one near Van Leer, that rotation is pretty tight. Now you can see this couplet right here. Very, very tight rotation. Oh, it looks like we did just get a new scan in on reflectivity. And that CC drop is still there, still microscopic. So I don't know if I would be able to confirm that, to be honest with you. Do I cover Delaware? Yes, I do. There's nothing severe going on in Delaware right now. There are storms. There is a flash flood warning, though, in Delaware. Yeah, this looks pretty organized here, just south of Van Leer. Yes, this rotation, well, I don't know. I don't know if I would say it broadened a tad. Why did the polygon just aimbot your what? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I can hear you, Adrian. Yeah, are you talking about this scan here, like one right near Van Leer? Yeah, yeah. This is a very tall storm, by the way. We're looking at echo tops above 60,000 feet. This is a very, very, very strong storm. Kind of out of nowhere, to be honest with you. There's another area of rotation that's just formed near Erin, just to the west of this. You seeing that one? What is going on? We're printing off areas of rotation right now. The rotation near Ashland City is very, very weak, but it is trying to form.
A new tornado
We did just get
warning
another
has been
tornado
issued.
warning in West Virginia here. We did get multiple or another tornado warning where we have two different rotating couplets out here in West Virginia, and I don't know which one is going to be tornado warned or if they're just going to put a fat polygon here. Okay, they just did the Frankfurt one. So this was the original cell from earlier. That really wasn't looking good for a little while here, but that rotation did most certainly uptrend a bit. So a tornado warning in place in West Virginia for Greenbrier County right now. Oh, I see you. All right, looking at multiple areas of rotation out here in Tennessee right now. And depending on what radar unit you're looking at, they look pretty solid. And potentially from the Hopkinsville radar, we may have had a CC drop a little bit over like two different scans here near Van Leer. So possible. I mean, I definitely wouldn't say that's enough to confirm the tornado warning, but definitely a possible indication of an ongoing tornado at that point. It looks like our other areas of rotation are weakening and struggling to survive. The two that are closer to Ashland City, those are going to struggle to survive as they are embedded within all that precipitation. What do I look at on mesoscale analysis on Chase Day? Everything. You got to be looking at soundings. You got to be looking at, got to make us red again. That lasted like all of 15 minutes, by the way, where we didn't have a tornado, or 10 minutes. A tornado warning, I should say, on this broadcast. Look at everything on mesoscale analysis. You got to be looking at your mixed layer cape. You know, what does your cap look like? You got to be looking at your surface winds, your surface temperatures, your surface moisture, your 700 millibar moisture. You got to be looking at what type of synoptic support you have. Do you have divergence aloft? Do you have vorticity at around 850 millibars or so? Whoops. There are a lot of things you have to look at. Speaking of looking at, I'm going to look at the Nashville radar for a second here and see if anything looks a little different or not. The storm near Van Leer looks like it might undergo a little bit of a merger here that would perhaps suffocate it. And that rotation to the west of Ashland City looks like it's really fallen apart. Yeah, the Hopkinsville radar showing that rotation has perhaps weakened a bit near Van Leer. South of Erin, though, could be seeing a new rotation and possibly a low precip hook going on here. I'm not sure if you're seeing this, Adrian. Let me see if I can do a little investigating here. Wait. What is going on? I'm like losing my mind. Okay. Yeah, possibly a bounded weak echo region. We might be looking at a low precip hook south of Aaron in Tennessee here. Yeah, I think that merger deal could completely suffocate the cell near Van Leer, but it also could temporarily, very, very short term, enhance that inflow as it pinches it off. Again, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose, like I always describe. When that inflow region gets smaller, for example, the winds have to move faster through it as a result. So we could temporarily see an uptick in our intensity of our inflow and therefore a brief tornado spawned out of that. And then still watching pretty closely right here for the possibility south of Aaron, Tennessee, of what could be a low precip hook going on here. And I will say the rotation that is near Frankfurt does still look decently concerning. And this is only at about 4,700 feet here. So this is definitely capable of producing a tornado. We could easily see one headed right towards Frankfurt. So if you're in Greenbrier County, you need to be taking this one definitely very seriously. We could definitely get a tornado out of this. Nashville got kind of lucky here, by the way. I think they really did not get the brunt of these winds. The majority of it was east of Nashville, kind of went through this region. You see those brighter reds near Walter Hill. Okay, so one thing we need to think about here on our velocities. So the reason it looks like there's a big disconnect here between our inflow and our RFD is because at that point, those winds are coming in. The inflow is coming in like straight from the east, and your RFD is coming in straight from the west, which means it's moving perpendicular to the radar beam, which is shot in this direction. It's moving like perfectly perpendicular to it. So the radar beam is not measuring anything there. But that doesn't mean that our rotation is necessarily broadened out here. It just means like the center of it is like right here, essentially. So I think we still have decently strong rotation here and could have a tornado that forms as a result of it. What's up, Adrian? Yeah. We do have a little bit of rotation beginning to form over here, potentially near Friendship. This is not horribly far. It's basically between Dyersburg and Jackson, two towns that I've driven through like a billion times. Shout out Dyersburg. I'm not a fan of Jackson, Tennessee, though, just because anytime I route through Jackson, Tennessee, it makes me go significantly slower. Okay, it does look like that rotation possibly has weakened a decent amount. Oh, I'm looking at the Nashville radar. Whoops. Okay. Okay, now it might be weakening a bit here. Yeah, I think now we're looking at it weakening. So I think a couple scans ago, like right here, I don't think this rotation, this scan was indicating that this rotation had significantly weakened. I think we were just seeing those east and west winds not being detected by the radar unit. Now, as everything spreads apart even further, that is most certainly seeing those that rotation weakening here, because you're going to see those brighter greens and reds start to fade away and exit out of your inflow region. They pulled back into this area, and the brighter reds just really faded away, and you have those deeper reds. So slower winds there. So I think the tornado risk with this one is mostly gone for the time being, at least. Oh, you got that hog roast ready now, Jared? That's awesome. Yeah, definitely a new hook forming here, just west of our original one. So my suspicion was right. This was definitely a low precipitation hook a few minutes ago. And now you can see some of those targets starting to fill in as that mass is getting pulled around to the backside of the updraft by the RFD. So here's your inflow notch, and we could get a new tornado warning for this cell pretty soon here. And I know it might look like there's more rotation over here, but that is not the case. The real rotation is your inflow coming in here, your RFD coming around like this, and that is where your area of rotation is. Almira, Tennessee, clear. I think that's north, right? Trying to remember exactly where that is. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. Maybe I'm wrong. It's south of Clarksville. Oh. Wait. Why is it not showing up for me? Most likely, yes, as long as you are north of Cumberland Furnace or Charlotte, you're going to be good. I thought it was over in this area. But yeah, Sandy, you should be good to go if you're just south of Clarksville. And Julian, I see you in the chat. And this tornado warning has just been shrunken down, and they opted to maintain it, at least for the time being, as of 3 minutes ago. And again, we do still have new rotation north of McEwen. This is the area we're looking at here. We don't have the latest velocity scan, I don't think. Or perhaps we do. And this thing's just kind of falling apart a little bit, which would be good. Hopefully it does continue to fall apart. Near Ashland City, that rotation has uptrended again as it's trying to reestablish itself. Okay, out in Maryland, we did get a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for La Plata, Hughesville, Prince Frederick as well. This might be a tornado possible one. It is tornado possible tagged, as we do have a little bit of notching kind of showing up in this line here. So perhaps two little areas of an embedded tornado being possible. Something like along the lines of here. So that's something to watch out for in Maryland. It wouldn't blow my mind to see a tornado warning there. And then looking back to West Virginia near Frankfurt, this one still looks capable of producing a tornado. It has for a little bit now. I will say it has ever so slightly weakened. Just barely. Palmyra only has a gas station. I see. So I'm guessing it's somewhere between Clarksville and Cumberland City. I remember looking up where it was at some point. It looks like we're getting contaminated data here, but possibly a new recycling, as this storm is going to try to form a new hook out in this area near Waverly and McEwen. And oh, never mind. Excuse me. Like that didn't sound right. Blake, what is that? All right, I do think that this tornado warning is going to be lifted here pretty soon. I don't think they're going to keep it for the next 24 minutes. It doesn't really look capable of producing a tornado anymore to me. But we could see a new development of a storm capable of producing a tornado just to its west near Waverly and McEwen. Still watching northwest of Jackson near Friendship for something possible, though that doesn't really look impressive to me right now. And then out in West Virginia, Greenbrier County is still at risk here for the Frankfurt storm that has uptrended on the most recent scan, and it kind of looks like it wants to do it. Yeah, definitely an uptick here just north of Anthony and just east of Frankfurt in West Virginia. So we could easily be looking at a tornado here in just a second, as that couplet is pretty tight at around, what are we looking at, 4,700 feet. If the warning is continued as it headed towards Franklin, it probably will stay west of Franklin. But I highly doubt this warning will remain here. Personally, I would already pull it off the map. We're still getting more flash flood warnings all throughout northern Tennessee here. I mean, literally the entire northern part of the state right now in northern central Tennessee is in a flash flood warning. And yeah, 45 flash flood warnings still on the map.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning in West Virginia. So I'm assuming that's going to be a new downstream warning that's going to take us all the way to the Virginia border here. Something that's going to look like this. Okay, and there is that tornado warning. It's on the map now. It's going to still include Greenbrier County here in West Virginia. So we're still staying within Greenbrier County. We haven't crossed into Virginia just yet. If we do eventually cross into Virginia, it'll be towards Healing Springs and Falling Spring. But this storm is still capable of producing a tornado, and those winds those velocities, I should say, have certainly increased in intensity and have continued to tighten up on the last couple of radar scans here. The newest one, that trend has continued. You are seeing some of those NROT values getting above 1.5. Those are your yellows here that you're seeing. So a very, very strong rotating couplet here at around 4,700 feet. Back into Tennessee, this tornado warning is still active for the time being. Again, I don't expect it to remain active long term here. We could get a new one out in this area, just to the west of Dixon, and perhaps still within Dixon County. All right, back into Greenbrier County. See if we got another scan here from the radar unit. Nope, still on the same one. But again, this storm could definitely be producing a tornado at any point here. The original tornado warning has 5 minutes left. It's probably going to be lifted or just allowed to expire as it is no longer needed. But the new tornado warning that includes Anthony and everything east of there, as this moves off towards the Virginia border. That one is lasting for another 19 minutes. Up in, that's Tennessee. Up in Maryland, still looking at the risk for an embedded tornado here within this line. You can see this this line just trying to wrap up in two different places. And we can see that those NROT values showing up as a result, but that rotation is pretty weak. In fact, it's very weak, but it is there. So the risk for a couple of spin-up tornadoes, those QLCS tornadoes near La Plata and Prince Frederick, Golden Beach, Mechanicsville, Hughesville, Eagle Harbor, St. Leonard, Benedict, Charlotte Hall, Huntingtown, Willows, those types of areas. Yeah, I really don't see any reason that this tornado warning is still active, to be 100% honest with you. But, you know, who am I to judge? Still maybe a little bit of rotation in there. In fact, it perhaps has uptrended just a tiny bit on the last two. Yeah, it's definitely uptrended a bit on the last two scans. So perhaps worthwhile to keep it, at least for the moment anyway. And near McEwen, there's contaminated radar data there. And I don't know that this will really be able to rotate because eventually we're just going to have a merger here. That's going to suffocate it. It's going to be kind of the theme with all of these storms. Any of them might try to rotate, but then a merger will kind of cut things off. Back into West Virginia, we did get that new radar scan. The new velocity scan is not in just yet. We should get it in just a second here. And there it is. It looks to have downtrended a little bit, which is good news. It's also shifted slightly to the south. So that's intriguing. So still a little bit of rotation present here to the east of Anthony, but it is appearing to shift slightly southward, perhaps losing some of that storm structure as that rotation perhaps is even getting ingested into a little bit closer to the center of the cell. Although that was kind of already the case. This is not a super tall storm either. It's definitely one of those mini supercell style storms. Not quite the classic mini supercell, but yeah, still maybe a little bit of rotation near McEwen. Still maybe a little bit of rotation in our original tornado warning polygon here in Dixon County, Tennessee. It has 16 minutes remaining on it. And they may opt to keep it for the next 5 minutes as it is rolling right towards the town of Dixon itself. All right. Yeah, still watching that one. It's just not incredibly threatening looking to me. I'm just going to disable radar for a second and show you just how many flash flood warnings we have on the map right now still. Throughout Tennessee, West Virginia, Ohio, and then a lot more back in the Four Corners states. Go back over there and take a look at that. Out in the Four Corners, so many flash flood warnings all over the place here. Okay, we did just have another uptick, it looks like, here in our rotation. This storm really has been trying hard to produce a tornado. It has not been successful in doing so yet, as far as we know. It is very surface based. It is in an environment where we're literally sitting 70 over 70. So you have a dew point depression of 0. Even to the south near Roanoke, dew point depression of only 4. Near Blacksburg, dew point depression of only 2. So a lot of moisture. I mean, this storm is trying so hard to put down a tornado. Every single severe thunderstorm warning on the map was just lifted, except for the one in Maryland, by the way. So all of the ones down in Tennessee just got lifted at once. Well, there's only 2 left, I guess, but they both got lifted as everything down here is really beginning to dissipate. What you will notice, though, is there's still a lot of lightning, especially near Dixon. That storm is very electrically active. So we have 1 severe thunderstorm warning on the map. It's in Maryland for Calvert, Charles, Prince George's, and St. Mary's counties here in Maryland, where we do still have that risk for an embedded tornado. Although, actually, I think that risk is entirely gone now, it looks like. Yeah, I think that risk for an embedded tornado is pretty much gone here. Just gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, continuing to roll through Maryland there. Delaware getting some stronger storms as well. Some stratiform rain out in southern New Jersey. Still some storms out in Virginia, too. And then we have our 1 mini supercell that is still tornadic and looking pretty solid, actually. Out here right near the border of Virginia and West Virginia. And then we have the tornado warning still in Dixon, Tennessee. Dixon County, Tennessee, which is... that area of rotation is a lot weaker than it was earlier, although I will say it's definitely starting to come back a little bit. Perhaps even another area near White Bluff. And that other hook near McEwen is starting to form out a little bit as well. So we could see more tornado warnings in Tennessee for these spin-up tornadoes for sure. All right, we did get one new severe thunderstorm warning here for this storm in Tennessee for Dixon, Hickman, and Humphreys counties. And it is tornado possible tagged, which leads me to believe that they don't really plan on necessarily issuing a new tornado warning for these storms, at least in the near future. We have ACE for tropical storm energy over a period of time. Is there something equivalent for tornadoes? Not really, and not as far as I know anyway. I mean, when it comes to tornadoes, they do all their storm surveys like individually, and you know, obviously they use the EF scale, and use damage indicators to reach conclusions. But if there was, today would be high. Yeah, there's been a lot of action today. My son's name is Jared too. Nice. Nancy, that's really cool what your son did. Donating a motorcycle build. That's crazy. Can we do some tropical tidbits or pivotal for Bertha? I mean, I can look at it a little bit. I will say tropical is not my specialty. Whoa, why is it so zoomed in? So here's what the H wharf is showing right now, which is this was analysis, and then here is as we get into the later evening tonight and then overnight as we get towards Wednesday, is it doesn't really deepen that much. It's sitting around maybe 998 to 999 millibars. So it's not expected to be super strong, and it really has it kind of staying on shore versus going back over into the waters of the Western Gulf, which would allow it to grow and deepen a little bit more. But this is just what the H wharf has for it. Yeah. It's not expecting it to get crazy, and I'm not particularly either. Here's your 700 millibar heights and winds here. Yeah, I think it's I mean, the H wharf is usually decently solid. But like I said, tropical is not exactly my my specialty. All right, so our tornado warned storm is crossing the border right now into Virginia, and it doesn't look like they're going to continue a new tornado warning for it as it rolls into Virginia. If they were, we likely would have already had one. It's still possible that they go ahead and issue one, but not super likely. Yeah, there's a lot of shear in the environment, which has really ripped Bertha apart. All right, I'm going to check in on Tennessee. Still have that tornado warning in place with the couplet right near Dixon. Yeah, I really honestly have no idea if we're going to get a new tornado warning ahead of this. We could. It really just depends on the office, to be honest with you. Same thing with the one near McEwen. So 2 different areas of concern. But honestly, I'm not super confident in either of these being able to produce a tornado. I think the McEwen one is going to get smothered here by this other cell and likely won't be able to do it. And I think the Dixon one is just kind of a little bit weak and broad. And our West Virginia tornado warning has been lifted. So we're down to just 1 tornado warning here, which has 4 minutes left. Most likely it's going to be the end of the broadcast here when this tornado warning expires, as our general severe weather threat is essentially gone entirely. A couple isolated instances of severe weather are possible, including maybe a spin-up tornado, some gusty winds in different areas. Not really expecting any type of a risk for hail. In fact, I don't think we really had any hail at all today, like the entire day. Really quick, I do want to show this awesome video that was posted by one of our affiliate storm chasers, Mikey Plemons here. Just a really, really cool video. Just a really cool post too. I'm going to put this link in the chat. Everyone show Mikey some love. We recently just helped him get to 1,000 subscribers the other day. And he's really been killing it for us. Same thing with Norman and Alan and wow. And Evan and Drew, Jessica, Adrian, all of our storm chasers absolutely have been killing it. But yeah, this was a really, really beautiful storm. You can see that funnel there kind of in the middle of your screen. It really tried. Whoops. This is what we're looking at, by the way. You can see it really start to emerge. I guess I'm watching it in like the smallest like little screen here. But there's where it is. You can see it really start to emerge out of the back there. You see all that rotation in the middle of the screen, and then there's that beautiful looking funnel here. Right there. So really cool stuff from Mikey. I'm just going to straight up repost it. Comment some fire emojis. All right. Okay, still have a couple minutes left. Literally a couple. 2 minutes remain. But yeah, that video from Mikey was absolutely awesome. So show him some love on Twitter if you've got Twitter. He definitely deserves it. And that link is in the chat. And I reposted it on Twitter, so you can just look at my Twitter to find it if you need to. Or X, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same. So we have about a minute and a half left on this tornado warning, and then we're probably going to be ending the broadcast. I have spent, in the last 2 days, I've spent like about 13 and a half hours broadcasting in the last 48 hours, as well as filming 2 different forecast videos. And so it has been an absolute grind the last couple of days. So to be determined on if we will have a broadcast tomorrow. If we do, it'll likely be a shorter one, just a couple of hours, covering the threat back onto the East Coast and the Carolinas and Virginia. And then Thursday we'll be fully off. Friday we may have a forecast video on Friday. But yeah, that's my plan anyway. Yeah, it looks like everything is really starting to downtrend out here in Tennessee. This tornado warning is just going to be allowed to expire. It's got 40 seconds left. The only area where we could still see a spin-up tornado is going to be south of McEwen or near like Bold Spring, eventually headed towards Nunley or Nunelli. Say what, Adrian? Oh, yeah. Yeah, a very, very long week. Yes, this broadcast has been 6 hours and 10 minutes so far. And we did about 7 hours and 15 minutes or something like that yesterday. So, and there we go. Our tornado warning has expired. We are down to 0 tornado warnings on the map for only the second time today. And yeah, that severe weather threat for the entire nation pretty much done. Still a lot of flash flooding risk. I'm going to show the flash floods around the country one more time before we end things off. And we do still have this severe thunderstorm warning that is tornado possible tagged in Tennessee. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland that's also tornado possible tagged, but it doesn't really pose much of a tornado threat anymore. Perhaps still actually near Golden Beach, a new area has developed here where we could still see an embedded spin-up tornado. So actually there is a little bit of a tornadic threat there. And we did get one more new severe thunderstorm warning just put in Tennessee here, west of Nashville for these stronger storms. And then in terms of our flash flood business we've got going on, we have a lot between Ohio and West Virginia here, including a flash flood emergency. Down into the Four Corners states, we are looking at a ton of flash flooding as well, from New Mexico through Arizona, even Colorado and Utah. Although, actually, I think all of the Colorado ones may have actually been lifted. Yeah, so no more in Colorado, but in Utah, Arizona, and then one straggler in New Mexico. And most of those are considerable flash flood warnings. Out in Tennessee and Kentucky, we're still looking at a lot of flash flooding from all of this rain that just fell with these storms that are rolling through. And these storms do still have a lot of lightning in them. So if you're in the path of them, definitely make sure that you are prepared for a lot of lightning, especially near like Dixon. I mean, there's a ton of lightning in those storms there. So definitely make sure you're paying attention to that. But yeah, we have 44 flash flood warnings on the map, 21 regular, 21 considerable, and 1 flash flood emergency in place right now. So absolutely insane stuff. Again, we will not have a forecast video tomorrow, but we will be going live most likely. It's probably just going to be a shorter broadcast. And then we'll be off on Thursday. So I appreciate all the support. You see some great cameras on the left with all of that lightning going on in Tennessee. I appreciate all the support. Make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Share with your friends and family. It's the best way to support the work that we do. And I hope everybody stays safe and has a great rest of their night. Thank you guys again so much.